all, check, check, all, check, 1, 2, check, all, check.
trial, 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 trial,
Experience a day, experience a day of thought leadership, looking dialogue that examines how work, skills, and human capital are being redefined. The conclave will feature at work,
trial,
automation or authority, followed by two incisive panel discussions: skill-based hiring versus academic capital, and AI in HR transformation.
trial,
Together, conversations will challenge long held assumptions, surface emerging realities, and offer
trial,
practical perspectives for leaders navigating an era of continuous disruption. Beyond ideas, this forum enables meaningful
trial,
engagement between industry leaders, academicians, and HR practitioners, creating space for reflection, collaboration, and new possibilities. With curated interactions and purposeful networking, the conclave moves
trial,
HR from discussion to direction, from insight to intent, shaping how organizations prepare for the future of work. At its core, this conclave is designed to bridge vision with practice. It brings together
trial,
decision makers who influences policy, pedagogy, talent strategy, and organizational culture, enabling a shared understanding of what the
trial,
next decade of work demands. Participants will gain clarity on evolving skill frameworks, the ethical and operational implications of AI, and the shifting contract between employers, institutions, and the workforces. The outcomes are intended to go
trial,
beyond inspiration, offering perspectives that can be translated into hiring models, learning
trial,
architectures, leadership approaches, and workforce strategies that are relevant, resilient, and
trial,
future ready. Thank you for being part of this collective journey of thought and transformation. We look forward to a day of rich insights, engaging
trial,
conversations, and meaningful conversations. May I now have the privilege of inviting our Honorable Vice Chancellor in charge and Registrar, Dr. Jitin Kumar Mishra, sir, to deliver his inaugural address
trial,
and set the institutional perspective for today's conclave. Sir, I request you to come to this
trial.
stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kaushik. Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Chainraj Roychandji, distinguished
Trial,
guests, visionary HR leaders, industry trailblazers, academic colleagues, and future shapers of tomorrow's workforce. Namaste and very warm welcome to you all
trial,
to the HR conclave of JAIN deemed to be University on rewriting rules of work. Today, on this vibrant
trial,
campus in the heart of Bengaluru, a city pulsating with innovation, we converge not merely as participants, but as architect of the new work paradigm. Thank you all for gracing us with your
trial,
presence and passion. Let me begin with simple truth. The world of work is
trial,
undergoing its most profound transformation since the Industrial Revolution. If we look back our careers, who are in 50s and kind of, we had a very defined way of approaching work.
trial,
We used to study for 20 plus years. Then we had a work life of 40 years.
trial,
And then we see what after retirement. That has been very straight line. after a couple of decades, it changed. We continue with the career, but we started changing the nature of work. We started experimenting with the work, which can be little different and which can offer new challenges. But if you see today, we have multiple careers. There is no such definition that will start at a given time and it will change at another well-defined time. A student, a young person in this 10th standard or 12th standard is starting a very challenging career and setting its own path, which become an example. And somebody at the age of 60 or 80 is starting altogether a new career, which sets a very different career path and the career growth. So everything has gone topsy-turvy. And that's where we see that the need for rewriting the rules of work become pertinent. I thank and compliment the team for setting up this very timely and conference, very timely seminar on topical issue, rewriting rules of work. I am sure that we are going to be immensely benefited by the deliberation, and it will help us see through the future more clearer and expediting our efforts in a right direction. If we look at the basic way we are working here, we have seen that the technology, especially the AI, the employee agents, have become an integral part of our work. The robots have become an integral part of workforce. And therefore, the way we look at the employee planning, the way we look at the work schedule, these all has set up a new structure. It has set up a new requirement to lay down the work schedules, to set the targets, and to meet those timelines in a given manner. We all are grappling with that. We are finding our own way. We are learning from each other, which is a good sign. If you see that this entire change, how it is redefining the landscape of work, if we refer to the report of World Economic Forum, it has predicted that by 2030, 92 million of jobs are going to vanish. All those which are going to vanish. It's a bad news. But the good news is 170 millions of new jobs are going to be created. And in between, the underlying message is 39% of these new jobs which are going to be created will require new skills. Here we need to have a new approach to looking at work and the learning. The careers are no more straight line, they are no more linear. The knowledge is not going to be the lifetime certificate for being competent, and the skills that we are carrying have a very limited self-life. So we all are on a track where we have to update on daily basis. We have to learn newer skills, and we have to keep ourselves relevant to the jobs. It is not people who are going to be outdated. It's certainly the skill set that are there are going to be outdated. So we need to understand that rather than getting depressed that jobs are vanished and skills are becoming outdated, we need to focus more on acquiring the newer skills that are going to be in demand and being on the track, being relevant to the workforce. We have seen that in Singapore, they have made a kind of mandate to have this, the learning wallet. So to have a lifelong learning, they are giving learning wallet. Everybody has to keep learning. We have United Nations organizations which were known to be the knowledge or learning organizations, and they had a procedure, they had a process that for every new project when you apply, you need to show that how much hours of learning and upgradation you have done in the previous years. That become one criteria for consideration of your eligibility, whether you should be considered for the next task or not. But it was in a very limited context, largely with United Nations organizations which are in the consulting and knowledge space, and fewer other consulting organizations. At large, we have been taken in that we learn at a very slow pace, and whatever we have learned lasts for very long. Now this has become the main order. We all need to have our learning plans very well defined. We need to have our learning wallets where lifelong learning is a reality. So that's another thing we need to see when we are defining the rules of work. We need to look at it. The second point is Post-COVID, we have seen that we have, pre-COVID, we have been talking of work-life balance very profusely. And this was one central piece, that how should we balance work and life. But COVID demolished these lines between work and life, and work and life become blurred and merged. We were working more at work than we used to work at office. And this has become a new trend. There is no silver line, there is no defining line where the work gets over and life starts. Life has become part of work, and work have become part and parcel of life. So we have to see this very new dimension where there are no straight lines, there are no clear structures. Work and life goes in a very different way. Also, as I mentioned, that the straight career defined 20 years, 40 years, 30 years have no more significance. We start at a given point, we take a break, we restart at another point, and every time we start, it's not the same starting and closing. It's always a different and new one. So we have to see from that point of view how to set the rules where people can be facilitated and it goes well with the new paradigm, and we connect well to achieve the required targets, where organizational goals doesn't suffer, where individual well-being doesn't suffer, and where achievements are not compromised. If we look at certain major changes which are defining the present time, we are seeing that the major changes that workspace is going to go with, departments are not going to be the count of people. It is also not going to be the list of tasks. Departments are going to represent fluid capabilities. So our degrees, our proven or claimed competencies are going to lose its significance with the technology. We are going to be known for our contribution, and our captured, our proven track record of accomplishment and capabilities are going to define our presence and our value in the workspace. So departments, when we are looking at, they are not just a count of people or number of projects, they are the fluid capabilities which has to be maintained, meeting the present requirement and emerging paradigms in the future. The organizational charts are not going to be so hierarchical and structured, but they are going to be the networks and ecosystem. Meaning that we need not count only on the people who are available in the organization or who are on roll. When it comes to work, the organization has to have a network and ecosystem to connect with to get the task done. So it has expanded. The boundaries, the strict boundaries that we have been working with has expanded, and we have got the larger ecosystem to depend on and leverage it. So we have to open our mind and start looking around for every task, that how we can get the best. If you look at the existing approach of top-down control, this is not going to deliver the best, because when we are working with 3 generations together, I think it has to be more of a collaborative approach where empowered coordination is going to be the rule of the game. We need to look on those lines. If we see the central silos, these are not going to be any relevant. Rather, we need to have self-steering teams. So looking at the work, looking at the projects, having the team which will be self-steering is going to drive the organization, rather than having a very centralized silos where the mandates and verdicts keep coming. Static job descriptions are going to go away, and AI-augmented workflows are going to be the new realities. Internal resourcing is going to be replaced by open talent ecosystem, where we can outsource, where we can connect the resources from anywhere, anytime on this planet. The data silos are going to be integrated tech stacks, and hierarchy is going to be replaced by human connection. These are the trends that we can identify, which are very much there, and this is one point which can serve as a reference to looking at the future while we are thinking of rewriting the rules. I'm sure that we are going to deliberate on various challenges and try to find the ways to make the approach more clearer, because rules, as we discussed, are also not going to be very dictative. It is going to be facilitating and enabling, where we can deal with the opportunities, we can address the challenges. Here at JAIN deemed to be university, we have been very open in learning and connecting. Here the approach has been collaborating and trying to learn together to make an enabling
Trial.
ecosystem where everyone can perform his best. We have got the institutions which are across the discipline and domain, and they have been performing their level best. To connect with the
Trial.
industry, that we have established a Center for Management Development Consultancy. We had been connecting with industry, as we know. Our very starting point has been differentiated based on our belief that
Trial.
the passing out student cannot survive based on the degree. They need to have requisite competencies and industry exposure,
Trial.
where we started connecting with EY, KPMG and PwC kind of institutions which were prominent in consulting space for BCom long back in 90s.
Trial.
We had the very dedicated focus on entrepreneurship when nobody was daring to talk about entrepreneurship. We had a
Trial.
dedicated approach, and we are proud to have good number of successful entrepreneurs who have come out of our learning ecosystem. Here we have a collaborative approach. We have further, to give a further thrust and
Trial.
focus, we have established Center for Management Development and Consultancy, which try to reach out the organizations to create a collaboration where our resources, our capabilities as a university, our research output can be of use to the industry, and we can
Trial.
work as a live laboratory where we can take problems from industry, and with our
Trial.
fresh minds, creative minds, we can deal with that, and we can be useful to provide solution to
Trial.
the industry. So we have this CMDC, which is going to be reaching out to you, and we have been otherwise also reaching out to industry to be a partner in this journey of
Trial.
innovation. We have a very strong corporate interface cell, and we are grateful. We take this opportunity to thank you all for being a strong support to our journey to facilitate students in terms of internships and
Trial.
placement. With your help and support, we have been able to achieve newer landmarks for placements. Our
Trial.
highest placement last year has gone to 85 lakhs, and the internship stipend has gone to 2.5 lakhs, which is very good
Trial.
from any standards, if you look at, because we are a large multidisciplinary university. We are not a small institutions. We host 24,000 plus students on campus altogether. ODL and online and
Trial.
on campus including, we have got 1,19,000 students studying with us at any point in time. And we have been maintaining a consistent track record of 90% plus placements, which is a very satisfying one. All this has
Trial.
not been incidental or accidental. It has been very well crafted, and your partnership, your contribution has played a key role.
Trial.
I request you all to continue with this support, and let us explore together how we can recreate this ecosystem where we
Trial.
can enhance the value proposition in all this. I am very happy, and I welcome you all once again to this very pertinent and relevant theme, rewriting the rules of work
Trial.
today. I am sure that these deliberations will lead to a new direction where we can think in a different way to be relevant in times to come,
Trial.
and we will be certainly able to make a difference. I thank you all for taking time out and being here to the
Trial.
HR Conclave, and we look forward to very enriching deliberations and meaningful takeaways. Thank you very much.
Trial.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll request you to be please back, and I'll request
Trial.
Preeti ma'am to please hand over a small token of gratitude, a sampling to Mishra sir. Can I request a volunteer? Yeah.
Trial. Trial.
Thank you so much, sir. Your words have provided both direction and
Trial.
perspective, and have truly set the tone for conversations that will follow. We are grateful for your time and sharing your vision with us.
Trial.
Now, as we move into the next segment of the conclave, we turn our focus to a theme that is reshaping every organization today. Any guesses? What is that term?
Trial.
No, that is probably the theme, one of the themes, or no, if you see at the brochures or anywhere, you'll get that.
Trial.
The first word is probably artificial intelligence. Right. So that's the biggest buzzword I think the industry
Trial.
has been talking about for the last 2 or 3 years now. And to set the tone for this critical conversation, we have a keynote that will challenge how we perceive power, decision making, and authority in an AI driven workplace. The address AI at work, automation, or authority will explore how intelligent systems are redefining responsibility, judgment, and leadership in modern organizations. It is now my privilege to invite our distinguished keynote speaker, Mr. Rajesh Torangatti, Senior Director, Human Resource and In-Face Energy, to share his insights with us. Before he comes on stage, a quick introduction about him. So, our keynote speaker brings with him nearly 3 decades of experience in HR strategy, talent management, and organizational development. He has held senior leadership roles, including serving as HR director at Cypress Semiconductor, and has worked with esteemed institutions such as Indian School of Business and the Manipal Group. Across these engagements, he has built deep expertise in leadership development, change management, and employee engagement. Recognized as an influential voice in HR fraternity, he is widely known for his perspectives on emerging HR technologies, including AI, predictive analytics, and digital learning platforms, forces that are actively reshaping the future of work. His insights seamlessly bridge strategic intent with practical application, making his address especially relevant for the leaders navigating transformation in today's dynamic workforce. Without further ado, I invite Rajesh sir to take the center stage and lead us into the compelling conversation, AI at work. Welcome, sir. Over to you. Would you stand here or you need a mic?
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me clearly then? Thank you. Thoroughly energized to be amongst a set of audience who have not come to listen to the other set of audience who seem to have greater knowledge, but I really take a rough count of around 150 people and take an average of 10 years industry experience. We're looking at whopping 3,000 years of knowledge here. Incredible. Scary. And I have the responsibility on my shoulders to set a prelude to this wonderful session. So I feel overwhelmed one side, but privileged on the other. But I truly feel honored to be amongst you today to set a note that is going to unfold some really meaningful conversations that will fetch us remarkable knowledge that we'll take home today. That's me without AI. That's me when I had hair. That's me when I was a child labor. But jokes apart, the trick today is AI has become an inseparable identity of all of us. Is there anyone who has not used an AI tool? Let's say, raise of hands, okay? Let me do a quick check. Anybody who has used an AI other than ChatGPT or Copilot last 24 hours? I'm curious, sir, what did you use? Okay. There is an internal tool in the company that you have used. Anybody who has not touched the professional tool at the office but still used one tool, which is a revelation to the entire crowd here, something like Notebook. If you have not heard Notebook, please use Notebook. You just upload 500 pages, it converts into a podcast with a male and a female voice with a voice accent, voice modulation, punctuations, emotional touch to it. For example, it would say, that gets captured. Year before when we discovered, or 5 years before when we discovered these tools, we started feeling that this is fun. But right today, 65% of our day-to-day tasks are managed by the AI. You know the biggest AI pocket? That's your mobile phone, right? And it does immaculate amount of work that you and I don't even relate to. 40% of our tasks day to day at the office, as Joseph said, are handled by an AI tool. 65% of institutions like JAIN use AI for learning. That means it is engulfing us. It is remarkably covering our day-to-day lives. But here is the trick. 85% of the decision making is done by you and me back at the office. That means it upholds the sanctity of human ingenuity as the singular differentiator that will remain unaltered. I'm 56. Few of you may not even relate to what I'm speaking, but I also have seen how the process lines got automated, how the bankers were so-called replaced with the ATMs, how robots have replaced blue collar, and how AI is fearing to replace the white collar. If that was the fear, ladies and gentlemen, I think you and I wouldn't have been sitting in this room today. Think about university like JAIN. Let's say first month in the semester, one of the nicest and the coolest professors give a very tiny project to a student, and the project is very simple. A typical day in the life of a JAIN university student. What do you think this kid is going to go and do first? ChatGPT. Thank you very much. You spoke the obvious. And what do you think the ChatGPT is going to throw? It is going to throw what it is designed to throw, right? Wake up at 6 a.m. Do a stretch yoga at 7 a.m. Grab your breakfast at 8 a.m. Attend the best professor's meeting or lecture today on Indo-American trade policy. Sorry, let's not go there. Yeah, most likely. And when a student gets this, the first reaction is, Savita ma'am, if you're listening to me, where are you? Okay, so she corrected me when I used the word dude, because I'm 56. She said, Rajesh, change it. You know what's the alternative word to dude? Bro. So the first thing that this guy looks at is, bro, wake up at 6 a.m. That's the time when I sleep. Bro, do a stretch yoga at 7 o'clock in the morning. Do a stretch of yoga at 7 a.m. in the morning. I find it difficult to stretch to pick my phone in the morning. Grab breakfast. Have you ever stood in Rameshwaram Cafe for dosa lane? Attend the best professor on Indo-economic trade policy. Oh God, who the heck cares, man? Netflix at last has released Durandar. Now let's combine the human ingenuity with the creativity that the tool offers you. You're not going to take it as is, right? You're going to combine the best of both because you are gifted. Nobody, I repeat, nobody in the world is designed, engineered, and crafted to think like you, act like you, decide like you, solve the problem like you. So to put a perspective, ladies and gentlemen, and set a prelude for the discussion today, first thing I would like to request you is don't get bogged down with too much of noise around. It's like Trump, speaks every day but makes no sense. Be enamored with the fact that you now are able to upload 5,000-page document and get a 5-minute summary in 5 seconds. That should change the way you would work in the organization. That should empower you. It should not fear you. It should make you feel. It should not digress you from the core. It should empower you to take the core. Think about a situation if we are talking so much about AI, so-called replacing. No, it won't. Do you know, I know a couple of my distinguished speakers today are from the aviation industry. Sir, can somebody help me? What's the time the plane can be autopiloted? If it's San Francisco to Bangalore flight, which is 16 and a half hours, can you give me a perspective and help the audience how much time when it is in the air, when it is taking off and landing, it is autopiloted? There we go. It is 100%. Most optimal cases, it is 97.98%. But you know what are those critical 2.5% moments? That's crisis. That's when there is a headwind. That's when you have hit a bird. That's when you need to do an emergency landing. AI will not do it for us. It's the human judgment, it's the human ingenuity that will enable you to land the plane. Your AI will enable you to fly a plane, but you will decide when to land, where to land. This is where I would call the convergence of tool and the technology, which will empower you to do the right things. Captain Sully, does this name remind some bells to you? What an immaculate act of humanity and adventure. Not even hurting one person. And he felt very awkward when during the emergency gate, one Japanese passenger was hit a little bit and he had a bruise. He didn't like it. That AI can't do it for me and you. That AI cannot think for you and me. It can just take a task. It cannot do a job. So first thing first, ladies and gentlemen, if you are the torchbearer of the next gen legacy, I think pass on this one message loud and clear to your colleagues, your friends, your children, and your students. AI will do a job for you. AI will not create a career for you. AI will do a task for you. It will not trigger a career-changing moment for you. The stories that you write, the poems that you sing, the places that you go is driven by you and your individuality powered by creativity. That is the best or that's the blessing of the AI. Coming to the autonomy, coming to the accountability, I think again one thing is loud and clear, ladies and gentlemen. AI can work restlessly, it doesn't know how to take leave. It can look at one scenario in 1 million different ways in 5 minutes, unlike you and me. We can only look at one thing for 40 seconds and come to conclusion. It can do it randomly in multiple seconds and millions of scenarios. What it doesn't do is take the accountability, exactly like Captain Sully. If it is me, if it is to be, it is to me. There's a brilliant book called QBQ. It's Question Behind Question, written by John Miller. Please read a book. It's a light, charming 1 hour read, literally 1 hour read, which will completely change the perspective how you become accountable at the office, at the institutions, at the university. He narrates a very interesting story. One Mac is walking into a restaurant asking for a burger on a long highway in the United States. He wants to take a bite into a burger and he just asks the bearer there, can you just get me Coke? And guy smiles at him, sorry, can I give you Pepsi? And many people who are glued to certain brands have their own loyalty towards certain drinks. And this guy politely says, that's okay if you don't have. Surprisingly, in the next 2 minutes, there is Coke on his table. And Mac asks this gentleman, where did you get this from? You said no. He said, yeah, we don't serve this. Okay, then how did you get this? I just walked past the road and got this. Why did you do this? And he said, I just asked, what can I do to help you get the most favorite drink that you prefer drinking along with taking a bite into your burger? And I got the answer, I can do it. So, ladies and gentlemen,
Trial.
this I can do it is an attribute that AI can't do for you. Therefore, remind yourself that you hold the power
Trial.
who can completely change the narrative at the institutions, at the organization, at the universities by saying, I can do it because I hold the responsibility.
Trial.
The third aspect, and I think I and Savita ma'am were talking about it, the curiosity, the genuine, the greatness
Trial.
or resourcefulness, gratitude will again never be replaced with AI. You need it.
Trial.
What's the latest skiffy movie that anybody has seen in the recent past? Anybody? Okay, let me ask you, what's the VFX usage of
Trial.
the latest Bollywood hit, Durandar? Take a wild guess. I also don't know. Probably 20%? I hope you've seen the movie. If you have not seen, please
Trial.
do. Because it gives you a different perspective in the way movies are made. But what stands out is the performance of people. How a
Trial.
director has done a stellar work in terms of emotions out of the people and also make people glued to their
Trial.
chair for 3.5 or 4 hours movie that I don't remember walking into a theater and tolerating the great Khans on the screen for all my life.
Trial.
Now that movie has made that difference just because it's a human element.
Trial.
The other aspect is how engineers today are using AI to minimize
Trial.
the digital defects or the design defects. How doctors are using to create their diagnosis. How lawyers are, as I said, uploading. By the way, I went to a law school, so I can closely associate with this reality that when we would read those AIR big books, even to find out the summary, we would find it very difficult. Now you can upload the entire AIR. AIRs are these big, okay? There are thousands of pages. You upload the digital copy, get the summary in 5 minutes. While you're still sipping the coffee, somebody has done it for you. Your X-ray can be done in 5 seconds, but the diagnosis will require 5 hours. The doctors will decide what should be the treatment. So, repeatedly, I'm here to set a prelude to the conversation that are going to be extremely compelling and meaningful to you while you listen to these stalwarts that have come from industry, as much as you are representing the same industry, is that AI has arrived. AI is here to stay, exactly the way ATMs are here to stay. Robots are here to stay. During 2017, when Tesla wanted to go 100% automated, because today thousands of robots do the work back there in their office. Mr. Elon Musk had a dream that there should not be a single person, everything would be robotic. Everything crashed. And that's when he made a remarkable statement. He said, I override the power of automation and underrate the power of human skills. So it's a combination that you need. That's what I think you hear the eminent speakers coming and talking to you today. It's the confluence that brings the power. In the end, I would only want to leave you with one compelling story that you probably may be aware. It's about a Zen monk. You know what is the meaning of Zen? Z-E-N? Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's an art of acquiring knowledge through intuition. You don't need to read the books. You don't need to use ChatGPT. You just intuit and acquire the knowledge. And Zen monks have acquired the knowledge through that form, which is where all their stories are compelling. And I would like to leave you with this compelling story that somebody's told me long before. It talks about a wise man who climbs the hilltop and has a reputation of telling nothing but the truth. And everybody is mesmerized. Everybody is talking about this great saint who has climbed the hilltop. One person out of this crowd who is smart uses Copilot every day, wants to challenge this saint, wants to challenge this Zen monk on the top of the hill. So he climbs up the hill with the hand held in his hand but behind his back, hiding it. He wants to prove Zen monk wrong. He wants to prove that you can also lie, Mr. Monk. So a smartest guy from Gen Z Zen Alpha climbs the hilltop with the live bird in the hand but hidden behind the back. Simple question. Probably ChatGPT can't also answer this because his question to Saint is, Zen monk, I am told you tell the truth, nothing else. Is this true? Answer is befitting yes. Child, yes. I will never tell you anything that is nothing more than truth. Okay, Zen monk, if so, tell me whether the bird in my hand is dead or alive. And the answer comes from the other end, which is 10,000 superior than the ChatGPT answer. The answer is, the answer lies in your hand. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to leave you with a very philosophical beginning today that will pave a way into some magnificent conversation with the stalwarts here. The answer lies in your hand as to how you would like to use AI to empower you, AI to lead you, AI to give you more wings or power beneath the wings in order to optimize. Because you are going through a transformative workforce and the generation. And everybody's going to challenge you. They're going to bring tools that are going to make you drop your jaw endlessly. The answer lies in your hand, whether you want to fear it and get killed. Because think about it, right? This guy would have squeezed it to death or let it to fly if the guy otherwise have said something else. So the responsibility lies in your hand. The accountability lies in your hand to ask a question to yourself. Do you want to squeeze this bird in the hand to death, or do you want to let it fly? Completely up to you. That will decide the future, not only of you and your organization, but future of our generation, future of our country, and perhaps future of this world. Thank you so much for considering me to do a little bit of honor to inaugurate such a wonderful session. I need to excuse myself to help my son do some automation back at home. But I wish you a wonderful day today and wish a great conversation amongst all the scholars that have gathered from the city. Have a good day. Thank you very much.
Can we take some questions from the audience?
My standard answer is, answer lies in your hand. Everybody is automated. That's okay.
Maybe first question will open doors for more questions. So my question is, you spoke about the autopiloting of flights. Right? Few of you are, us are from that industry. Isn't it better to automate that 2.5 seconds or minutes what you said while the plane taking off and landing? To make it more accurate, because human processing is much slower than maybe in the past we have not done that, but in the future, don't you think it will happen? And that example probably from the context, but just want to understand, isn't it better in that critical juncture not to have the human emotions and our thinking process, which might be sometimes not so clear, logical, and systematic, to leave that to AI or a better advanced system?
Sorry, again, I want to say the answer lies in the answer is in your hand, but as you heard the gentleman, it's 100% autopilot mode. If I'm correct, even the landing and the takeoff is now autopilot. So this is where the human skills, I think pilots are one of the most expensive resources in the world of aviation right now. They have paid that huge money through the nose of the aviation industries, not to pilot it, but to rescue a plane or the body only during the crisis. Make sure that there is a human who is driving it, will give you a sense of security and the safety to the audience, which is why they are hired. Otherwise, truth be told, you can actually, there could be some experimentation, maybe industry experts may speak about it, but in all probability, there are quite a few planes that are now autopiloted. They are capable of taking off on their own, but landing on their own. That said, it is essential that we have a pilot in the plane. We have two pilots, co-pilot and a co-pilot in the plane, only because they are smarter than AI during the crisis. As I said, the best of the diagnosis can be done through the robots. The best of the surgery can be done through robots. That would never replace doctors. Best of the decisions can be made by you and me. That can never be replaced by robots or the AIs. So human aspect will never be limited. It will be redefined exactly the way our careers are going to be redefined with the inclusion of AI. Therefore, I certainly feel, sir, that there will never be instance where you can take off the human from the aspect of day-to-day businesses. So I don't know who traveled to United States recently, but now you can book driverless car on your app, and that picks you up and drops you at a destination. It's fun. I sat in that, and for a while I was wondering, where are we going? And I only realized that it is safer than our imagination. Indeed, if that sort of a car comes to Silk Road Junction, you don't need Third World War being announced anywhere. Two drivers corralling each other without drivers in the cars. So that is possible. Jokes apart, but I certainly understand what you're saying. And that also signifies the criticality of human interface, human involvement. I will never probably sit in a plane that is autopilot. I want the pilot, at least for him to say, "Morning, ladies and gentlemen, we're flying 30,000 feet above. Towards your right is Golden Gate." You know, I love that statement. So I would prefer that. I'm old school. I'm sure you may not agree with me. But I will not go into surgeries that have no doctor. I will not go into a I will not go into a plane that has no pilot. I will not work in an organization that has no people. As simple as that. Please.
One more question.
Yes, please. Yes.
That's okay. So let me first of all, hi. Okay, let me ditch the technology.
Ditch the automation.
Ditch the technology for now. Okay, this is working finally. So first of all, Rajesh, I would want to commend you for a very beautiful prelude. I think what a combination of realism, your personal anecdotes and experiences, and philosophy. So great job. Thank you for setting that tone. I think my question to you is mostly, the AI or large-scale automations come at a huge cost. And I think one of the ways to kind of rationalize or justify that cost is to say, why don't we get, the cost efficiencies in the form of redundancies or something like that? And that fear kind of percolates down, not only through the organization, but outside of the organization in the form of future potential professionals, right? Any experiences where AI was embraced openly sans the fear?
Great question. And being in the world of HR, we have seen how it has optimized the way we work. I'll give you a classic example, given the fact that quite a few talent acquisition heads are in this room. when the application tracking system was introduced, let's say 15, 20 years back, it went through an evolution. The sourcing guy still need to put so much of efforts in using his or her own mind in screening the top 40, 50 as a shortlist. Today, with AI in that, my son is today doing his master's, and I keep telling him, come back, you're not going to get job there. Not because of him, but it is not him alone in the whole bargain. I'm sure when he's applying, he's studying at one of the finest universities in the United States, and with 3.89 CGPA, he gets rejections outrightly. It's not the person doing, it's the system doing. Because in all probability, they may have used visa, yes, no. The moment when you say no, it automatically rejects. So, ma'am, to answer your question, it has cut down the labor or unproductive labor significantly, to an extent that it empowers and enables the sourcing guy to do much more meaningful work in terms of increasing the engagement with the prospective candidates, or doing some human interface with the managers and understanding what sort of a thing that he's looking at, how can she help in optimizing the workforce management, etc., etc. Therefore, to answer your question, I think automation has, what's the right word, released this person, given more scope and time for she to do a far more productive work than only shortlisting and giving the waitlisted set of audience. So she today does more meaningful at the work. And I think that is how she's able to embrace the inclusion of AI in a more comprehensive and an inclusive way, because it empowers her, it relieves her, it gives her more reason to be productive and happy at the workspace. This is one example that I can think of. Thank you. Great question.
Can you talk a little more about Zen monk?
Zen
monk.
Zen monk. Oh my God. Okay, tell me what do you want to hear on Zen monk, sir?
I don't have anything in mind. I just wanted to hear a little bit in deep about it.
I think it's as some people use the word moksha, right? It is attaining an assumed wisdom that will relieve you from lot of things that are less significant, which you'll only discover the more deeper you go into this. I'm not a philosopher, but I used to read Osho a lot when I was growing up, and he would mention a lot of Zen monks. So there is abundant resource available today on the net, but if you are specific in terms of enjoying Zen monk stories, I think you should either listen to Osho, that is Rajneesh, or you can just search for Zen related stories. They have deeper meaning, and sometimes they make no sense, because they are very contemplative, they are very reflective, and you get it in the hum of it once you read it, once you hear it. So my sincere urge to you, sir, please listen to some podcasts on Zen monk stories. You would be absolutely flabbergasted with the wisdom that these stories render to you. So I'm not an expert, I just use it once in a while, but if you really want to go deeper, there is abundant content available online. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, and I wish you a wonderful day ahead, but I need to excuse myself in the next 10 minutes. Have a wonderful day, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir. Can I just request you to stay for a while, and may I request Dr. Krishna Kopa, sir, Deputy Director, CMS Business School, to give away a small token of gratitude, a sampling to Rajesh, sir. Huge round of applause for Rajesh, sir. Thank you so
Trial.
much, sir. So thank you so much once again, sir, for that insightful and thought-provoking keynote address. Your perspectives on AI at work have given
Trial.
us a clear and practical understanding of how emerging technologies are influencing strategy, leadership, decision-making, and workforce dynamics.
Trial.
On behalf of JAIN deemed to be University, we sincerely thank you for sharing your experience and forward-looking insights
Trial.
with us. Your address has set a strong foundation for the interactions to follow. With that, we now move to the next segment of HRX 2026, and that is for
Trial.
our guest, actually, a quick wink segment. Right now, I think our keynote speaker
Trial.
answering to your questions. I've got some small questions for our audience, and this is going to be kind of very rapid fire, not too much of time for
Trial.
all of us. Some questions, and can I request Rajesh sir to be the judge and jury? You can choose the best answers from our audience, and we have some small surprises also, right? So
Trial.
I'll have to come little forward, and I'll request our volunteers to be very actively engaging with our audience. Please keep the
Trial.
mics with you. Can I have a mic also for me? Okay, I'll stand here. No worries.
Trial.
Just 5 minutes. I'll have some 5 set of
Trial.
questions. Rapid fire. Whoever is ready, please raise your hand and answer to that. Right. Okay. So for the modern days
Trial.
organization, but this is my first question. What or is something HR over measuring in today's workforce? I'll repeat the question again. In the modern day organizations, what or is
Trial.
something that HR is over measuring in today's workforce?
Trial.
I'm assuming most of the people are HR professionals, so quick answers.
Trial.
Yeah, this is like within the organization. Are we measuring something or over measuring something?
Trial.
That is the reason you're the judge and jury for now.
Trial.
Over engagement scores. Okay. Some more replies, some more answers, please.
Trial.
I suggest we should not use ChatGPT to get the answer for this question or any other AI tool.
Trial.
Right now, I see the HRs, how they interview. I think the interviewing, they're trying out, because everyone, front of the laptop, they have a mobile which they're using. So everyone, they're trying out techniques
Trial.
how they can get right candidate skills. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am, please.
Trial.
Great. So quickly, can we have a small
Trial.
gift hamper for ma'am? Big round of applause. Ma'am, I request you to please come forward and take this.
Trial.
Ma'am, can I have your name, please, ma'am? Please.
Trial.
A big round of applause for ma'am.
Trial.
Okay, so the next question for Wink.
Trial.
Are we ready? So मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा था. There was a gift. Okay, so what is the one leadership capability that is or will become non-negotiable
Trial.
in an AI-driven workplace? I'll repeat my question again, and keep it very fast, right? Don't think too much, otherwise you lose on the gift. Yeah. Too many hands. Yeah, first. Yes. One answer we already have: crisis management.
Trial.
So you have already got the mic. Yeah, please speak. Yeah.
I did empathy.
Empathy. Okay. Sir.
Trial.
Trust.
Grievance handling.
Grievance handling. Okay. Storytelling. Okay.
trial,
Knowing your team.
trial,
Knowing your team.
trial,
Big round of applause. Yeah.
trial,
Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Yeah.
trial, trial,
So to our guest, you are losing out on the gifts, right? Okay, my next question.
trial,
No.
trial,
I'm doing some kind of match fixing. Okay. So my next question is, what should an AI governance charter in HR explicitly prohibit? I
trial,
repeat my question again. What should an AI governance charter in HR explicitly prohibit? Yes. Okay.
trial,
There was an answer. Yeah. Non-compliance. Okay.
trial,
Fast.
trial,
It's a repetitive one. I'll
trial,
request ma'am to please come forward. Ma'am, can I have your name? Malini. A big round of applause for Malini ma'am.
trial, trial,
Thank you so much, Rajesh sir. Thank you so much to our guests. Thank you so much for your inputs. Please have a seat, sir. Thank you. It was fun, right? The question should continue.
trial,
Okay, it's time we move to the next segment of our event. May I
trial,
now invite our Deputy Director, CMS Business School, Dr. Krishna Kopa sir, to deliver his address and set the context for the next panel discussion.
trial,
Sir, may I now request you to kindly take the center stage and guide us through the context setting for the upcoming panel discussion. Over to you, sir.
trial,
Thank you so much, sir. I'm very delighted to welcome the HR experts, more specifically the
trial,
talent acquisition experts. I believe they just not hire at scale, but they hire at across geographies, generations,
trial,
and cultures. The kind of theme what we are going to have in the panel discussion one is all about skill-based hiring versus academic
trial,
capital, a forced or the false dichotomy or the collision which is upcoming. In fact, when somebody asked me to take this up yesterday evening, I was recalling one of the anecdotes or experience what I went through. Okay, it's a story of 2003 or 4. Okay, when I was heading the South India for sales and marketing in an American company,
trial,
and I was actually leading a team of the state heads and area heads in sales and marketing. Here was a guy who was actually coming from one of the prestigious B school from Bombay. I don't want to name it. And he was really performing well for the first year. And then the performance actually was going down again and again. And he was like actually a Zen monk. Okay, let me tell you that. Taking decisions very intuitively in the initial years, was able to perform very well, very senior area heads in the entire region. But somewhere when the performance started going down, I was under tremendous pressure from my head office in Bombay to look at this fellow and take corrective measures. We actually put the person on PIP for around 6 months, but still the performance was not coming out. Finally, the dictate from America came down that why don't you look for firing him? But to me, as a leader of him, I was very, very clear that this guy really had a lot of competencies and capabilities. Now, but ultimately the time was over, and he was actually based in Thiruvananthapuram that time, Trivandrum, and actually I had to travel to that city and tell him that from next week you don't have to come to the organization. And with very heavy heart I went there, to be honest with you, because I was very, very confident of this as a person. I went to him and then he said, "Sir, welcome to Kerala, the way typically the Malayalis welcome you." And he said, "Why don't we go to the temple?" And I still remember that day we went to the famous temple in Trivandrum, Padmanabha temple. And we just went around the temple and came back. And I was basically tying my shoes. That time I thought that let me tell him now only. And before I could complete, he told me saying that, "Sir, I have something to tell you." And he said that I'm going to quit. Thanks to my temple visit, I was surprised and relieved as well, right? And somewhere I felt that moment of time that what made him take that decision? Or rather probably relieving me of taking my decision at that moment of time. And somewhere the discussions happened. And anyway, the organization wanted the kind of decision he took. But I asked him one question that, can you find me a person who can replace you or who is far better than you? And then only I will allow you to go. Look at my audacity, right? I was basically, there to sack him. But now once I come to know that he's quitting on his own, suddenly I took the different role and started questioning him that why is he leaving? But at that moment of time, he referred one person. And this guy was a very young guy who was typically working almost 100% of the time in the fields of tier 2 or tier 3 cities, selling the footwear of a brand called as Bata, right? And we had a clear-cut policy that we'll never recruit any employees in sales and marketing if they don't have around 5 to 6 years of experience in the related industry of consumer durables and electronics. And here is a person who was recommended. Basically, I still remember his name, called as Ralph. So Ralph is basically working with Bata. It's not a consumer durable in terms of electronics. But this guy who just quit 2 minutes back, and he recommended saying that you have to take him. He's too good. He's far better than me. Now that guy, the Mr. Ralph, never came from a very prestigious or a premium B school. Okay, he actually came from a very unknown B school in the state of Tamil Nadu. But I just listened to what my first employee said, saying that let us take, sir. Anyway, I'm quitting, but I'm trying to help you. And I interviewed that guy. We called him to Trivandrum in the next 2-3 days, and I interviewed that guy and sent a proposal to US for approving, because it was against the policy of the organization itself, not to recruit people coming from different industry. That's the first time when I realized that the organization actually looked very differently in 2004. And they said that, okay, we're ready to take a risk with you. Why don't we interview this guy? And this guy really performed very, very well. Very young guy, not coming from great credentials, not having a pedigree that way. He performed very well. Why I'm recalling this incident is, the other day all three of us met together in Bangalore. And both of us are doing really well. The one guy who is having a very, very high academic capital, whom I wanted to hire. And another is a guy who is not from a great academic capital, but very, very skillful. But at that juncture, what really worked for me was, I was looking at skills for a very short-term performance. But in the meantime, I was able to mold Mr. Ralph to have a higher academic capital as he started having a career with us. And our organization, in fact, sponsored Mr. Ralph to go to certain B schools and upgrade himself with a lot of academic capital later. Today, Mr. Ralph is Asia Pacific head for Mercedes-Benz. Okay, And the guy whom I sacked is a CEO of a mid-sized company in consumer electronics, looking after India as well as South Asia. Now, why I'm saying this is the kind of theme which we are dealing with is skill-based hiring versus academic capital. Now, at the first instance, it looks very a binary debate to me. Okay, but I believe it's a different question altogether, and I believe the panel is going to find a lot of answers for this. So, at first glance, it is skills versus degrees or capabilities versus credentials. I think that's what the panel discussion would be iterating on. But the real question I want to pose at this juncture is, are we truly choosing between these two? Or are we probably going to oversimplify the great challenge of talent acquisition? Why this question matters to me and probably most of us sitting here is, let us look at what is happening across the world. That's what probably Mr. Rajesh was hinting at. Most of the organizations are already grappling with a solid job evolution. Thanks to AI, emerging technologies, digital platforms, and persistent skill shortage, even during the lower hiring periods, when most of the attritions level, I think some of the companies' attrition levels are high because of this as well. And there is an increasing pressure on the talent acquisition heads to recruit faster, fairer, and future ready, right? And I believe to recruit faster and fairer, probably your AI would come and help you. But what about recruiting the future ready employees? I think that's where the human element comes in very handy. At the same time, let us look at the academic side, because the theme of the panel discussed about the skill hiring as well as academic capital. So at the same time, the universities are still being questioned on employee readiness. And also, universities are challenged with one important question, that do the degrees matter anymore? Okay, forget about industries are being challenged. The candidates or the students themselves are grappling with question that when I take an admission, is my degree going to help me? Is the degree really valuable when it comes to the industry readiness? That's the biggest question what the candidate definitely asks. In fact, the other day itself, we completed our admission process for MBAs for this campus. And I took almost around 30 interviews in a span of around 5 days. And I could find one common pattern among the candidates' questions. Predominantly, the question was, tell me, sir, very honestly, that is my degree going to be valued after 2 years? Is it going to add any value to me? The kind of answers I can honestly give to the candidate, what we can offer in the next 2 years. But to be honest with each one of you, at least I'm not sure that what would happen maybe after 730 or 740 days in the industry. The job roles are evolving much faster. The kind of selection process is changing. In fact, today, most of the candidates, especially in some of the very kind of profiles we look for our students to grab, looks at, probably assessing the critical and analytical thinking rather than the interview process itself in terms of group discussion or personal interview and so forth. Students do get case studies to go through, analyze the case, and give the solutions before even they go for the interviews, right? At the same time, especially the Gen Z are asking very simple question to all of us, is saying that, who is going to guarantee us the jobs? Okay, that's a big question which at this juncture one has to answer. So let us look at the first side, understanding the skill-based hiring. Okay, at its core, I believe the skill-based hiring process typically argues that what a candidate can do is better than where does that candidate come from? How long did the candidate study in that particular university? It doesn't matter. That's what a skill-based hiring is all about. Is the candidate able to do something? Or what candidate can bring it to the table, right? That is far more important. But I think it's a great advantage for a talent acquisition experts like you, because the skill-based hiring typically leads to performance predictability. You can easily predict the performance when you hire a candidate based on skills. On the other side, let us look at academic capital. What does it include? It includes cognitive frameworks, analytical thinking, critical thinking, decision making, social capital, inclusiveness. That's what academic capital talks about. So the biggest question is all about this theme is, I believe this theme is very intentionally made provocative. Okay. So let me suggest something very provocative at this moment of time. It's not a question of, or it's not a problem of skills versus academic capital. I believe it's a problem of time horizon. Because skill-based hiring optimizes a short-term performance, while academic capital optimizes a long-term adaptability as well. So with this dichotomy in place, I'm looking forward to Mr. Aditya Paul Singh to lead the panel discussion with other panelists. Thank you so much.
May I request you to just be here for a while, sir? And can I request Dr. Sangeeta Devnathan, ma'am, Deputy Dean Academics, to give away a token of gratitude, sapling to Kopa, sir? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving on to the next segment and probably the first panel discussion of the day. Very important topic. I think we have already seen that. Skill-based hiring versus academic capital, false dichotomy or coming collision. As a lead moderator of this discussion, I would like to now invite Mr. Aditya Pal Singh, former Vice President, Head of Talent Acquisition, Partnering and Delivery at Novo Nordisk. A quick introduction to sir. He is a seasoned talent acquisition leader known for driving future-ready hiring strategies, transformation initiatives, and scalable recruitment programs for high-growth enterprises. With over 23 years of experience, Mr. Singh has built deep expertise in global talent strategy and organizational hiring practices. He is an MBA in HR from Symbiosis Institute of Management Studies and has been recognized among the top HR minds, reflecting his influence in the community. I welcome you, sir, for this discussion, and I would like to hand over the stage to you now. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure coming and speaking in such a big audience. Speaking to someone behind, and I was speaking to them. What is the stream of students? What do they study? Basically, from a master's perspective, so that we understand the audience which we are catering to. We didn't want to go a little overboard, and so this topic is very close to us, and a lot of things about this. And we've spoken to the panelists who's going to just come across, but our aim and the main discussion is to make it a little more interactive. Less of in MBA terms, more of interactive. The aim is for the panelists to share their experience so that we learn and we interact. I believe there's knowledge both sides of the table. It's just because we're sitting this side does not mean we know everything else. So that's what we wanted to start with. So I would request my panelists to come across. Ranjit, heads talent acquisition for Volvo. Nadeem heads talent acquisition for RoboSoft. Sorry, we are all friends. Naveen, where are you head now? What's the name of your new company? Atkins. All right. We have Suchi. Sorry. Suchi, and Suchi, where are you working now? I left Semiconductor, and yeah, and last but not least, my friend Suvinita, where are you? Yeah, SN has joined a new organization. Then Perfect. I got at least one right. Okay. what I would want for all of us is, I've known all of them very well, so they are like friends to me. So what I would want you to do is, if you guys can, go from Suvini's side to maybe start with, tell us about, about yourself, quick elevator pitch, and in your role, what keeps you up from a talent perspective? If you can just quickly talk about it, and then we will go around like this.
Check. Yeah. Thank you, Adi. I think I'm S.N. Rao. I'm named Suvarnanidhi Rao, and if you want to know why that is, it becomes a point of conversation with a lot of people. But having said that, what keeps me awake? I think it's not the requisitions to fill. What keeps me awake is the ability to bring in the right person at the right cost in the right time. And thereby I see myself as a gatekeeper, and I want to be a very good gatekeeper. So for me, that's what keeps me awake. Thank you.
Thank you, SN. My name is Chandra, and I think in my role, what keeps me awake in talent perspective is really the scarcity of the talent that we look for. So I think again, it becomes very core to the topic that we are discussing. Should we hire for degrees? Should we hire for skills? So we try looking for talent with skills. And how can we marry the degree and the skills together when we are looking for the right talent?
You're right. Go ahead. Hi, I'm Naveen, and currently working with Atkins Dialis. And what typically keeps me awake is the ownership and accountability of my role, because when we are basically bringing talent into organization, is going to define the future of the organization, right, for next few years. Right? And it's very, very important that we get the right talent, and the same thing is being cascaded down to the hiring managers and also to their team, because until and unless everyone comes together, with a particular a common factor, a common vision, it's going to be very difficult to get the right talent on board.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon to everybody. My name is Nadeem. I head the Global Talent Acquisition function at Robosoft. So what keeps me certainty, which I deal day in, day out. So constantly changing requisitions, what my team brings in today and what happens with them for tomorrow. That keeps me awake and that keeps me very focused. How do I feel and what to do to make it happen, right? So that fears me constantly and continuously. And I am battling that challenge. Thank you.
Hello, hi. My name is Ranjit. I head the talent acquisition for Volvo Group. And what keeps me awake? I like to sleep at least 7 hours. So what I do is I create a ecosystem for Volvo Group, which I call talent abundance, by training people, creating, getting people who are ready for Volvo Group. So something which is relevant today is we are working on training the teachers from the universities, training the students, creating curriculum, and making sure that they are ready for industry. We just signed an MOU with one of the universities to start a center for advanced automotive skills. So we are continuing that. We're trying to build that ecosystem and the future talent for Volvo. That is the thing which I do apart from my regular job of hiring.
Okay. I am Aditya. What keeps me awake? Nothing. I sleep well. I don't lose sleep because of work. But yeah, what I'm really worried about is understanding Gen Z. I have one at home, so I have a son who's a little difficult to understand, but this generation is a little different. He turned around and he's a national parking driver. He's turned around and told me, I don't like sitting across the desk, what you guys do. I don't see myself doing that. So understanding Gen Z is my biggest challenge, even from talent perspective, because ask and wants, that's what really keeps me thinking about from a generation perspective. All right, so coming to our topic. So since you both are sitting right next to me, I'll start with Nadeem. Nadeem, okay. So there's a big tension between degrees, skills, and we have to speak about the same topic, right? is there, are they in a collision course, or do you see, people abandoning, this is not the right sentence here, you're speaking in an MBA college, but degree first mindset, do you see that coming? So if you can answer, then maybe come to Ranjit.
So, as I said, as I introduced, it's a battle which is never ending. Degree is important. So, by saying that, I just want to assure everybody that you have to do your degree, at least to tick the box, being frank, because everybody undergoes background verification. At least for the sake of background verification, you need to have a degree in place. And that is a minimum criteria set in each of the organization. But the real challenge is the skill. The skill which is needed today is not needed tomorrow. And how curious are you to upskill yourself to the next stage and perform the duties which is needed for today. So I hire a lot of gig workforce in my organization, which is predominantly they are contractors, and again they are very volatile people. They doesn't sit in a place which you like to see. As Adi said rightly, it's very difficult to hold them. They are in a very remote place. They don't like your laptops. They don't like your ID. They don't want attendance management system. They don't need PF, gratuity, superannuation. They don't need anything. They just need after tax how much take home they'll get per hour. Okay, I'm not talking per day or per month or per annum. I'm talking per hour. I am fortunately or unfortunately, I'm dealing the day in, day out. So the reason is the skill what they hold and the challenge what they pose to the client and make them feel elevated and make them feel different to the solutions what they are currently running is something amazing, right? So we have been hiring people. They are really challenging our clients. Okay, they are really telling them this is not the way to look at things. There is a different way to look at. There is a different way to execute, and that mindset is important. That curious mindset is important. So it is not about what you know. It is all about how capable are you to learn and how.
All ended up doing MBA because our friend did it, right? All ended up doing MBA because our friend did it, right? I'm sure most of us have done it that way. But just your thought on moonlighting, very briefly, if you can just maybe just your thought.
Yeah.
Similar.
So moonlighting is currently seen as ethically possible in many places. Being frank, at least in a IT services company, IT software services company, because you need to really deliver the result as of today. Otherwise, somebody will eat your pie. Yeah, it's a very, very stiff competition we are going through. It's not even $1; it's half of the dollar we are winning the deal. So you need to really still competitive, and you need to make sure that you are challenging your clients who is winning the projects against you. So it is challenging your clients who is winning the projects against you. So it is ethically possible, frankly, but it is unethical from my point of view. Yeah. Thank you.
Ranjit?
So in my view, how we are moving towards is that from credentials to credibility, right? Do we have certificates? Do we have the graduation? But are you ready for the work? That is a question which normally every organization is asking now. Study your employer. So that is how it is going to be. But be ready. Most of the jobs you see today would change dramatically, and you may not get a 10-year, 20-year stability in the job. It will be small pieces. And many of us have been leaving the jobs maybe 3 years, 5 years now. Maybe it will become 6 months to 1 year sometimes. So be ready for that change and come with the credibility, the ability to do the things, skills, and ability to change according to the situation.
Thanks, Ranjit. I see another, and I was thinking while Ranjit was speaking, there's also a challenge of curriculum. I was speaking to a student some time back, and I was still asking them that, are you still studying Maslow's theory and outcome studies? I don't know if you read Fred Luthan's or Robbins or any of those books. Yes. So the world's really evolved, right? I think somewhere the curriculum needs to also evolve. As we move forward, it has to be a little more progressive. Maslow's theory still holds true. I think that's the need hierarchy theory, but I think somewhere the curriculum, but then the challenge is very different, right? If you're a university, you can't just get up one fine day and change the curriculum. If you're autonomous, you can, right? So on a very different note, I thought I'll bring that up. It's food for thought for people around.
Trial.
And SN. So, my question to you is, similar to what these guys were understanding, but historically, degrees were
Trial.
you did specialization in marketing, then you landed up doing something in marketing, you did engineering, and mostly
Trial.
engineers are now landing up doing HR jobs, right? One person sitting here. So, will it become outdated, or there is a prevalence of what
Trial.
you spoke about, skill certificates? So, question to both of you.
Trial.
I'm just trying to think through this question really. Degrees, what do they do?
Trial.
Degrees are offered by different colleges, but there are tiering of colleges. If I do a BCom from a particular college and I do from another college, and I don't want to take names, I'm considered that he's more brighter because he's come from here.
Trial.
But the degree is same, issued by the same board. So does that make you brighter, smarter? The answer is no. Degrees are just validations of the fact that you've studied something, and you studied to show yourself approved, and you've gained a certain amount of knowledge. The trick lies in how you are able to apply that knowledge in whatever area you choose to work. So degrees will remain where they are. What's changing? So today, if you look at a lot of these JDs, as we call job descriptions, there is a minimum requirement of the JD, a minimum requirement.
Trial.
And being in an FDA regulated, environment some time back, what was told to us as a part of an FDA audit is that you cannot hire anybody below that threshold. Now that can be Ram, Sham, Jodhu, Modhu, doesn't matter.
Trial.
That degree is something, like you said, background verification hoga, that degree should be there. But how do I apply there? So for example, if a class, an entire engineering class or an MBA class, everybody studies the same books, the same professors teach, right? You learn the same principles, but you all apply your thinking, you all apply the way you write your papers, and you are graded accordingly. On the day of convocation, however, you get the degree that says you are now, you hold this particular degree. So degree doesn't make or break an individual. That's my first take. My second submission is that how do you apply the learning post the degree will differentiate you being a great worker to a good worker. And there is no space anymore in the industry today to say somebody is an average worker. And we use this phrase, they say shape up or ship out.
Trial.
So what you bring to the table really is the application of the knowledge that you gain. So just to keep it very light and clear, so you take these points back, is that pursue the degree with all diligence. Don't play the fool with that really. And if you're studying engineering, I've seen most students say that first year is the time to have fun. Second year is get to know the way to your room, whichever hostel you're staying in. Third year is to build networking.
Trial.
And my dad chooses to call me it now. And the fourth year really is when you got very, very, very serious. Fourth year, first semester is when you actually start getting very serious, because now you're hearing pre-placement talks are coming. And the last semester is when you get ready to board the ship called the corporate. So the journey automatically from the corporate, from your college to a corporate is going to be very difficult. Don't wake up suddenly and say, okay, now I've got a degree and I'll get a good job and I'll go and perform. Sorry. There is something called as competencies that you build along the way. But if you don't pursue those competencies, do you think right? Do you do what is right? Are you able to somebody who's able to think in a systematic, and today we have very, very wonderful names for systematic thinking, critical thinking. All these are important traits, but are you showing them even as you are a student? That's the question. If you do that, then when somebody comes to hire, any one of us, any of the organizations will come to hire, the same person, the same degree, probably the same threshold of 8 CGPAs or whatever the CGPAs that you may, other companies, whatever they ask you for, you will stand out because you go beyond the degree. Chase that. I think you will be successful if you do that. Thank you.
Well said, SN. I think we are all coming from a degrees background. We started off because we needed a degree. So my career was also, I did my master's in computers. And but then I switched because when I did it, I didn't land a job in that area. I went into teaching into computers and then decided, no, this is not for me. And then I chased another degree, which is a master's in business administration. And that's how I am now an HR. But I think this degree enabled me with my previous learnings and knowledges to get into corporate. But did it give me the skills? The skills I built. The skills I learned from working like hands-on, and I worked my way up the corporate ladder. So I think degree gives you discipline. It gives you the long-term road for you to do a journey. But today, yes, it is changing because today, even if you want to hire just for a degree, even in engineering, we don't get the right skills when we try to marry it. Like, for example, if I give off, I am from a semiconductor industry and background. So we go to colleges, we try to hire triple E's, and we assess them for their technical skills, but we find them lacking. It's not that the colleges are doing anything wrong, but it's just that that gap is not being bridged. So most often, these students who don't get campus placements, they go to a skills certification. They go and get another 6 months of certification in some semiconductor domain specifically. And we actually go to these training colleges and pick up our candidates because we find them more ready to get absorbed into our industry. So again, degrees matter because without the degree, that skill would not have had come. So degrees plus skill is something that we are looking at in today's time. And I think it differs from industry to industry. It is not like everything, it's like one shoe doesn't fit all sides, right? So we have to decide which industry are you targeting, which the degree is okay. If you like, for example, if you are going into any finance, if you are doing finance and marketing and all, your degree might be working for you, but you might need to get some more real life internships done for you to make that cut through into your first job. And after that, you are just learning on the job and growing up the ladder and keep on reinventing yourself.
Thanks. As we move forward, and I was, thinking that the industry has changed a lot, right? And the skill today, we hire for skills to some extent, right? That's how we moved it. We talk about saying, okay, if the person is skilled, I'll go ahead and hire that person in. But I'm sure you'll be very skeptical to say, I'll go to a doctor for a surgery, then go to someone. Suppose Nadeem will say, I will do the surgery for you. I'm skilled at it, but I'm not a doctor. You'll still not go to Nadeem even if he's your friend, right? As what the previous gentleman spoke about flying, right? And I think Praveen sitting there with the Airbus, it's that switch in your mind on, somebody being there from a human aspect that changes a lot from a very different aspect. And also how we are from an Indian culture background, right? The first thing we tell our students is, study. Right? It's a very different mentality, which we have also been brought up in. All right. Question to Naveen and SM. Maybe Naveen, will start with you. What does a hybrid model look like for you? Do you think the foundational skills will help more, or the skills which we utilize for a particular thing will help us more?
I think will also help you in accelerating your career or identifying. So example, in my own case, I just wanted to get my MBA done, but didn't have clarity what is that I want to do. I'd done my
Yeah.
So when I started my own, career, right, I did not know which direction I want to go, right. I did my MBA in marketing and finance because that's what was interesting to me during those days. But currently, I've been in the HR industry for last 18 years, right. So I think what I really focused on was getting confidence through my degree, through my learning, and at the same time understanding what the company wants, what the industry wants, and shaping my skills accordingly. I think it's very, very important. How do you find that balance there, and then picking up those skills that are really required to perform your job and deliver. And that's going to be very, very important, especially in the current scenario when we started working, there are a lot of work that were being done which were quite manual, and a lot of things have got automated over the years. Right, so now it's become very, very important what kind of skill set do you carry that's going to differentiate you from the rest of the people, and how are you going to be delivering value to the business?
Yeah. So the moment you talk about from a hybrid perspective of a successful model, I think there are a couple of things we have to look at. First one is rigorous habits of thinking. Second, clearly define outcomes to a job that's assigned to you. Third thing is authenticate the practices that you bring out in the real context. Now, what do I mean by that? So long as you are able to think clear, no matter what the situation is, you will charter a course regardless of whatever the upheavals you see left, right, center around you, but you are able to manage it very clearly. And that's one of the values which is very, very important in this scenario. What the world has seen the last couple of years, I should say, is that massive layoffs. In that, how do you respond to a situation? But you are able to think through, you are then able to think through your own course that you want to do. For example, if I've been told that your role is getting redundant, then I need to be able to think through very clearly. But that doesn't come overnight, right? It's a conscious thing that you'll have to practice day in, day out. The second thing I want to do is, if you take that as a core principle or a philosophy, then the next thing that you should keep with yourself is that you educate for a life, but you only qualify for a job. You educate for life, but you qualify for a job. Just like the same way, a CV will give you access to an interview table or a room, but it never guarantees you a job. So what must you do? Bring those two together. Don't deviate from the philosophy. And two, never think that one without the other will be successful. I always say this, remember, if there was no sand in the ocean, where would the water be? And there's only sand and no water, what use would the ocean be? So think yourself to be an ocean, a reservoir of thoughts, degrees, philosophies, and your whatever, the good things that you have that you bring together, and work in tandem. And success, I believe, will then follow you. One without the other is of no use. So hybrid or not, the fact is, bring your total self together. Understand yourself and then move accordingly. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Now I go off. Okay, so think about this question. You guys talked about both sides. Right? And to all of us who hire. So today, example, you hire Parthoda 10 years back when he was 20 years old. So you hire him, but you spend time in training him. Why are you training him? If you're saying the person who's coming from an institute should hit day one running, because that person would have done internship. Let's be right. So there is understanding. So why train? Why are there so many finishing schools? And why are colleges, and even in engineering places where all of us hire, we train them for six months for them on technology. But there is still a gap, right? Let's be very honest, right? And that's what we are talking about. So think about it. Don't answer it right now. Before I ask the second set of questions, I thought I'll be fair because I just want to see the time also. If people have questions, please raise your hands, because I would want an interactive session. Can we have a after we can, after him, please
Trial.
ask questions, because what we wanted is you guys asking all of them all the questions.
Trial.
And please ask whom you want to
I
point
just want
out.
to ask a question to Mr. Ranjit. Since he specified about the gigification of the workforce.
Trial.
So I just want to hear your perspective on gigification of white collars in your at Volvo Group, because there is a
Trial.
demand for a lot of niche skills and agility. And what is does gigification of white collars is really a part of your talent strategy at your workplace?
Trial.
Question. Yeah. So this may not be my
Trial.
organization strategy. This is my strategy. Okay. So, and keeping in mind what the world is going towards over a period of time. So I spoke about two things. One is that influence of AI on the workplace. Second is about the gigification. So both of them go hand in hand. Thing is that an organization would have, when it comes to white collar, blue collar I forget, because most of the things are getting automated, robotics taking over a lot of things. But white collar, yes, what are we looking at? Two things. One is that your knowledge, and second is that the organization's culture and the core product or the core USP of the organization. The core work, it is a little bit difficult to automate or even simplify that. Organization might, most probably will keep that as their core strength. They would not want it. That is where the organization culture come from. That is where the USP come from. That is where the customer satisfaction come from. So that is the lifeline of the organization. But there are a lot of work even in the white collar, which might get gigified, because because the skills are becoming so fast changing. Today, you may have a programmer, for example, who is very good in Java with some XYZ. But tomorrow that Java is getting automated by AI. You don't need a coder there, right? So you don't need to have someone permanently in your organization. And it is only for a few months or few 1 or 2 years. So government also is moving towards that. Now there is something called FTC, fixed term contract. So it's not like lifelong employment. It is 6 months or 1 year or 2 year fixed term contract. So there is a lot of thinking happening, and it is going to be white collar also will get gigified. And my thinking or a suggestion for students is that think like an entrepreneur, and think that if you don't have a job from an organization, how would you survive? One is that you need to think about making AI your assistant should be able to do a lot of things. And your usage of AI should be in such a way that people don't come to know that you're using AI. You should reach to that stage. Okay, so that is a level of mastery on using AI. Secondly, there is something called skill stacking. You cannot survive with one skill. You may have 2-3 skills, lead skills, where you have an overall area of work, but 2-3 skills which can help you. If today that job is not available, tomorrow you should be able to do something else. So, for example, now somebody is doing recruitment. I have been doing recruitment for last 10 years, for example. And then tomorrow, if the recruitment job is not there, I should be able to get into talent management, or I should be able to do something else. So, lead skills, you should have a skill bucket. So, these are a few things which you need to keep in mind. And which company core job is what, depending on the organization. But be ready for the white collar being gigified. It is going to happen, and it is all skills are changing very fast. Be ready for learning new, and be prepared by learning AI, learning multiple skills. That is what I want to tell you.
Yeah, I'll just add. Actually, whatever Ranjit said is 100% true, and it has already happened. Okay, it's already happened. The only thing is it's the fight which is happening. Fight and the fear. The fight between fear and people are facing the challenge, how we can come out of it. I am seeing candidates, they have amazing skills, right? It's not a pie model anymore. It's umpteen number of skills they have added, right? Despite that, they are not able to converse. They are not able to bring that idea to the table and convince the client I am the right fit for you. Despite having so much of knowledge, if you don't have that soft skill, you are gone. Right? Though you possess awesome, excellent, future-ready technical skills which is needed, Still, if you can't persuade and sit in front of an interview and can't convince that you are the right person, you are out. Right? So some of these skills are also equally important. You fight for it, you pay fine for it, and you fail. Finally, what you will get is the freedom. Okay, I used all Fs. So you need to make sure that you are the right person for the job. There is nobody else who can challenge you. You need to gain that proficiency, and you are not replaceable. That much of confidence, at least you should have that point of time. Tomorrow you are replaceable, okay? But today you are giving an interview, you are irreplaceable. Take that as a challenge. If you are taking that as a challenge, you are going to be the winner. If not, you will be left somewhere in the corner. Thank you.
Okay. Guys, we have 7 to 8 minutes more, so next question, be ready.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the valuable insights you've been providing. I just wanted to understand when a person has to, like you said, he has to be confident enough, and he's good with number of skills, and he just don't have the soft skills, or able to. He still have those soft skills, but he's not able to present it on the table that he's the right fit. So he has to train. He has to work. So with all the everyday life, how much? I just wanted to understand your idea or thinking about it. How much efforts does he has to put in day in and out or manage that time? Because like Sir said, Ranjit said, that it's not only one skill he should be having. He should have multiple skills so that he's ready for the next thing, or he's ready for thinking like an entrepreneur. So what special do a person has to do so that he is the right fit tomorrow or today?
See, what I personally feel is you need to stay curious and ready to fail. Network with your people. Your networking is much better than not working, and your network is your net worth. Okay, so be with people who are already in the stage, who have already reached that and crossed that barrier, already reached that stage that they have been doing well. Listen, understand, and replicate what is something in them that has made them to elevate to that level. Right? So once you are with the right set of people, see, a lot of knowledge you won't get it by books or through chat GPT or YouTube, right? You need to practically learn and be ready to fail, be ready to get embarrassed. It's fine. But once you are ready to feel embarrassed, ready to fail, ready to go down, then get up again and try to acquire some of that knowledge, right? And it is continuous. It is not like you need to spend 1 hour in a day, then you do your job, come back and rehearse and practice. It doesn't work. Your mind has to constantly occupy. You need to constantly, at the back of your mind, you should continuously think, how can I succeed? What best I can do? And how can I make it happen? It happens, from my point of view, it's enormous amount of networking, talking to people, understand how they do, what they do, how they have become successful, and please try to replicate it and add your intuition, add your prayers. Silent prayers also create a lot of magics, right? Believe in it. Believe in God, believe in prayers. Have a combination of these multiple things. I'm sure one day you are the person who is the right fit for the role, right? So please believe in all these factors.
See, you've seen there's something called a T-shaped learner, okay, the alphabet T. If you look at how the world is evolving, while all of us are specialized in something or the other in HR. Somebody is an HR journalist, somebody is in talent acquisition. But tomorrow, if I get asked from my organization to a comp role, I can do that role because I have understanding in that area. I don't have deep knowledge. I have deep knowledge in talent acquisition, but I have understanding. So you need to understand the peripheral areas, and you need to be a constant learner, right? As we move forward, anything which you evolve, soft skills can be adapted to. Today, the YouTube and a lot of these Udemy's and all of that are there to enable you to do your work better. So embrace, as what Nadeem said, it will be a lot of failing consistently. You keep on trying, but then at some time you will evolve as an individual, right? So it takes time, but then you will evolve.
I just want to add, since your question would be relevant for a lot of people. I have interviewed a lot of people in my life and have been in the assessment for quite some time. So I came up with some formula how people are becoming successful in their career.
Trial.
And maybe getting the job is one part of that, but how they are able to sustain for a long time. One is your ability to set a
Trial.
goal and work towards that. When you go for an interview, you said, how can you present yourself better for the interviewer to make you successful or convince them as the right person, right? One very important part is your ability to set a goal and work
Trial.
towards that. Tell them the evidences for that. Second is your ability to learn new things and
Trial.
new skills, and then make sure that you are telling the interviewer that, yes, I have acquired these skills.
Trial.
Multiple skills related. Don't tell that I have rejected a candidate because he has made given a list of 20 skills he has learned from Udemy. And I asked,
Trial.
unfortunately, he told me about Six Sigma. I asked him what is the basics of Six Sigma. He did not even tell about DMAIC. So that is the reason for rejection. So don't bring the evidences, too many evidences which you are not convinced. So third
Trial.
thing is your tenacity, your resilience, ability to come back. Even if you fall, get up and then come back. And then the grit, the determination to set your goal and then work towards that. And then the very important part in life, somebody who has made their career for long term, and many interviewers would be looking for would be your emotional stability. So bring the evidences for this. I think most of the interviewers will select you, even if you are not talking that Oxford English. So I think you should be able to sell yourself.
Okay.
Can I make one statement?
One last question.
Trial.
Yeah, go ahead.
Very critical. You're talking about communication. I'm presuming you're talking about speaking in English. Don't limit your communication only to a language.
Trial.
Even when you don't speak, you still speak. So work on the totality of how you communicate, number one. Number two, very quickly, you want to know about communicate, you want to know about how to be successful in a thing that you think you don't have. Please read the autobiography of Sachin Tendulkar. I'll tell you in such a small capsule format. When you see him playing against, in Chennai, after scoring a double 100, didn't take his helmet off. It didn't happen overnight. Okay, it happened when he was a young boy traveling from his home all the way to Dadar to play cricket. And the bus conductor said that you're taking so much of space, don't come with all this. You know what he did the next time? He put the entire kit and traveled for 1.5 hours in that bus day in, day out for years. That nobody saw. But what saw is the success that we see. So put the hard yards, turn your passion into your profession, and you will succeed. But please read that book, it will help you. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add on to this, it's a good question, because a lot of people, what you do is they typically ending chasing the crowd. My friends are doing this, let me do that. Someone is learning data science, let me do that. But I think it's very, very important to understand your own strengths, right? Similarly, for me also, when I started my career, I started understanding what is motivating me, what is inspiring me, what kind of work do I enjoy doing it. Because when you pick up that particular work, it automatically becomes your passion, like, Essen was saying. When you become passionate, automatic results will come. You don't have to put in so much of effort, it will automatically come out. And then there are some skills that you'll have to develop depending on your aspiration. Right? So given a chance, or choice, I don't like managing teams. I'm not a guy who would like to socialize. That's my typical innate personality. But I said I want to become a leader. And to become a leader, you need to learn leadership skills, socialize, manage team, become a good people manager. There are a lot of things that were required to be done. And that's where I said these are skills I would want to develop. And that's how over a period of time, while Indian personality remains like a person who will not want to socialize, but I had to change that because I had a goal. I had my eyes on the goal that I want to, and then I started observing people, started talking to people, started talking to mentors, getting guidance and figuring out, because I knew what are my strengths and where I need to go. And then I developed those skills over a period of time to reach where I am today.
Trial.
I think we are run out of time. I can see two gentlemen nodding from both the ends, but the panelists are around. Later on, you can please catch up with all of them. Just a round of applause for complete panelists, please.
A huge round of applause for our moderator and to all our panelists. Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful moderation, and thank you so much to all the panel members also to share their insights about a very interesting topic. Thank you so much once again. May I request you to just stay for a while, and can I request our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Shraddha Kaur ma'am, to please hand over a token of gratitude, the saplings, to our moderator first, and then to our panel members.
Trial. 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 Trial.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much to all the panel members once again. I now request you to kindly take your seats. Now let's move on to our next segment, and
Trial.
may I now have the honor of inviting our Honorable Chief Academic Officer, JAIN deemed to be University, Dr. Shraddha Kaur ma'am, to address the gathering on Corporate Academy Resource Enabler for Entrepreneurship. Ma'am, may we request you to kindly take the charge and take the session forward. Thank you.
Trial.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here on behalf of JAIN University to this wonderful conclave of industry stalwarts and enablers of various companies for human resources. I'd like to have your attention, and in the next few minutes, I will be sharing something probably which we hope excites you as well. Because for us, it's been an exciting journey at the university. As I was witnessing since morning, we were talking about a lot of compelling stories. And at the university right now, we are having lots of stories that are being crafted. So there is a student sitting in a nano science laboratory who is working on a research invention of how to replace plastic bags with sea algae. There's a student sitting in our aeronautics center who's working on creating a drone, and that drone has very specific dimensions and weight, etc. Because when you fly the drone in a place like Leh Ladakh, the density of air is very different. So there's some, sort of the turbulence is very different. So that is a story which is being curated. There is a student sitting right here in our MBA program who's already generating revenue because he has his own startup, and that startup is primarily looking at supply chain logistics in certain areas. There is a student of data science, a student of IoT, a student of economics, and they're working on a project for improving what we are calling agricultural practices, but from a precision agriculture angle and looking at different dimensions. So students of different areas, different backgrounds, sitting together, working together, and creating stories. And these are the compelling stories that we are wanting to share with you. And we are wanting you all as industry partners to collaborate with us. Because today is the time, that it's not the era of expertise, it's the era of evolution. It's really not the era, I would say, of only hiring talent. It's the era of nurturing talent. It's not the time of either or, it is the time of and as we witnessed the panel discussion shortly, it was delightful to see the same thoughts and the same kind of ideas that were emanating from our wonderful panelists. And I'm sure in the next discussion also this will be reinforced. But today is an opportunity for us to share with you that our university, specifically JAIN University, is undergoing a huge transformation where we are shifting the needle towards not hiring but job creation. And this is because we believe, and I'm sure you'll resonate, that it's a university which is the epicenter of learning. It's a university which is the epicenter of innovation. And unless we reclaim, and I'm telling this to everybody, we reclaim this as a university industry combinatorial intelligence, we in India will always be challenged by the deficit which is staring at us and increasing over a period of time. Interestingly, university industry integration in a country like the US of A has contributed almost $295 billion annually and almost resulted in improvement of 2.5 million jobs, introduction of 2.5 million jobs. And the constant friction which people like you all in industry faces, that while there is a very dynamic environment, which is the world of work, the world of academia has a little inertia. And the curriculum, for example, changes very slowly and is not really in tune with the world of work. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, we are trying and we are making an attempt to be a little different. When we talk about our curriculum is changing. And yes, the pace of what is happening outside is changing significantly. So, for example, the moment we introduce prompt engineering, there is something called context engineering, there's something called ontological engineering. So it is definitely not up to that pace, but we are making those attempts. So, for example, when we teach chemistry, there is a Mendeleev's periodic table, but now you have an AI periodic table. And we are including these things in our teaching, learning frameworks, but we invite industry to co-create this with us. Because unless we have that special purpose vehicle, unless we have that specific clustering of industry and academia coming together, we will not be able to achieve this together. I mean, we'll not be able to achieve this individually, single-handedly. So this is the era of not that side or this side, or either or. It is really about and. And the corporate academia resource enabler that we are going to talk to you about very specifically is really about that and. We respect the involvement of industry. We cherish the involvement of industry at every step of our, designing, starting from our admission process, where we are trying to do a prognosis of students, do a very personalized data analysis, and try to give them an indication of what degrees they should pursue, not because it's only because of their academic intent, but because somewhere a child has an aspiration after 4 years to become something. And that becoming something translates into the curriculum. And that curriculum is co-created with the industry and has to be strengthened and further refurbished and further strengthened with the involvement of the industry people who will not just participate in the design of it, but also in the delivery of it. Also in the nurturing of the skill set, the competencies, and the knowledge and the attitude that our students will inculcate in order to become much more adept in, contributing to the industry and serving our nation. The corporate academia resource enabler is also a very important, very exciting value proposition for all of you. And I will take this opportunity to share that while we are using a lot of the expertise of industry for our day-to-day bearings, and there is absolutely, it's non-negotiable, but there is a university which also wants to propose to you that this is what you can get from us. So let me start with what? When we talk about, and we were talking about gigification, we were talking about solutions-based, involvement of students, we are wanting you to co-create with us a new model of capacity building where our students are able to provide solutions while they are in the university. And these could be very simple things. It could be very, very simple, very basic, very preliminary tasks. But what does the industry get? The industry gets a pre-hired talent. The industry does not need to wait for 3 years or 4 years or 2 years to get the talent. You can spot, you can identify, you can nurture, and we will help you enable that. If 5 special roles, you want 100 extraordinary roles, you want 1,000 roles, you want an engineering, you want in commerce, you want in finance, accounting, MBA, computer applications, software development, web design, fashion design, creative design, transportation. If you want something which is absolutely very scientific in terms of bioinformatics, forensic science, what I'm trying to tell you is there's a plethora, there's a whole bouquet of offerings that we can have in terms of the solutioning. And you will say that, oh, we don't get people even after they have graduated who are ready for our work. And that's a fair ask. And you will also agree that when you have interns who are youngsters, they have a wavering intent and the struggle continues. But what we are saying is that we are creating a hub, and we will create a solution hub in the university for you, which will cater to all your milder, at least the lower order solutions that we can bring to you through these initiatives. At the same time, we can also make them more specific, more specialized, and more, focused towards something which your challenges. The industry challenges, the societal challenges, the national missions are never going to diminish. There will always be more, and there will always be more opportunities to integrate this with what is happening in academia. The problem is when we look at these two things very differently. We look at work as a very different approach, and what happens in learning as a very different approach. But in the university, we are creating models where our students are earning while they're learning. We are creating models where students can accelerate their degree and get into a industry role by virtue of their academic rigor and heightened understanding of the world of work and their ability to be more productive. So from niche apprenticeship to data gathering, to data analysis, to be able to publish white papers. If you want an intern, if you want an individual who can be assigned a certain work, we will arrange what is called work in lieu of courses. Our academic structures are enabling our students to do research and innovation, to be able to leverage the academic talent, not just that comes from the students, but also that comes from our faculty members. Our student interns will not be the one-point contact, but will be coming through that solution hub that we will create. So there will be accountability of work. We're not saying we'll create a shop floor here where you'll have the exact simulated work environment, but we are saying that in certain cases, we'll be able to provide you that little bit of expertise and solutions which you'll be hunting outside. And especially when you look at talent acquisition, there are certain areas which are required on a regular basis, and it could be a part-time requirement, it could be a full-time requirement. We also invite you as industry, academic, people who are galvanizing this entire initiative to establish something more specific in the field of research. Research and development is a necessary requirement in any industry. Unfortunately, we are in India practicing these in isolation, and the connect of what gets researched gets commercialized in many years to come. There's a huge gap, and we're all struggling. We're not saying that it's something which is happening in a great way. All that we are saying is that if we join hands and if we do it together, then these university research clusters, along with specific industries, specific companies, can really create a very significant differentiator in the days to come. We're also inviting you to contribute towards micro-credentials, which will help in the pre-hiring of talent. So for example, you feel that there is a skill gap overall because upskilling and cross-skilling is an imperative. There is no company today which will have all the skill sets by all the resources. So would you like to convert some of the academic courses into those micro-credentials, which will help you hire those specific individuals and will help you get a talent pool which is much more concentrated and much more specialized. We invite you to be professors of practice with us at the university. The Professor of Practice is a very beautiful initiative where you can contribute. Should you have the passion, should you have the zeal, should you have the enthusiasm to become a professor for some days, you can come and deliver and you will get that very beautiful acknowledgement from the university. We invite you to become and nominate people from your industry to be industry experts. But we also want to tell you that we have faculty members who have very high degree of specialized expertise in designing frameworks, creating models, building the theoretical underpinnings of many, many research areas where you can utilize their, capabilities in order to strengthen something which you probably would have to outsource to somebody. Can we have those models where the collaboration that we do together creates a better community and outreach for impact? We are going to be rolling out multiple projects which are relevant to society, which are going to help. I gave you an example for improving the GDP because we really believe that the university is like the mitochondria of the nation, where it is a powerhouse. It is contributing and should be contributing towards nation building in a more significant way. But we also feel that the industry is the first step, and like you have corporate social responsibility, we invite you and encourage you to, at least with JAIN University, have a certain mention of a corporate academic responsibility, which helps you to enjoy the nurturing of talent, the shaping of the lives that education is all about. Education is really about not the future of work only. Education is really about the future of life. And therefore, when we have this disconnect and the angst, which we all acknowledge and experience, that when a student graduates, there is still a limitation in their skill set, it is probably because the investment is in that aspect of helping the students discover their innate potential and actualize their talent. Notwithstanding that, we recognize that we have to be preparing them for work and a career, and maybe multiple work roles and multiple career roles. So, for example, when a panelist mentioned that it's the critical thinking, the ability to think critically, evaluate information intelligently, we're also conscious that in the time of AI, the ability to discern between a fact and a fallacy becomes a very important university imperative. And these are some of the things that take time because the students are young and they have their own limitations and as well as diversions. So bringing them back into the whole life of having a great, joyful life, having happiness, but also going beyond their cognitive capacities and going beyond knowledge in the classrooms is where the industry can really help us. We invite you all to join us in contributing to the university's vision of sustainable development goals. The 2030 vision set by United Nations is something which we are very strongly encouraging, integrating in our curriculum, in our pedagogy, in our assessments, in our research events. And if any one of you has the similar thought process in their industry capacity, we would like to co-create this with you. We invite you and your team members in the industry to be part of our online degree program for BCA, MCA. So the whole aspect of lifelong learning is something which we will definitely be very happy to associate with you, because as we work in this time of very intensified upskilling and cross-skilling, it's really important to,
Sure. Any questions that you have to Shraddha ma'am, you can please raise your hand and get it clarified. Any questions for us?
If anyone needs more clarity on the corporate academic resource enabler, which we call CARE, and it's meant for building solopreneurs and entrepreneurs and providing solutions to the industry, we'll be very happy to sit later, probably over lunch, and share this with you. And our chairman's vision is really resonating in all these thoughts that I have shared, because he wants to put a board in front of our university in the next few years that only job creators will apply. So I thought I'll just share that with all of you as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Preeti ma'am, please do the honors. Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful address and for sharing your valuable perspectives with all of us. Your thoughts clearly brought out the significance of strong collaborations between academia and industry in fostering innovation, strengthening entrepreneurial ecosystems, and enabling future-ready talent. Now it's time we move to our next segment, which is the panel discussion number 2. And for that, now I would like to invite Mr. Alexander Rinku as a moderator for that. Big round of applause for him, please. A quick introduction to his profile. So, Mr. Rinku serves as the Director of HR at Oracle India, leading business HR for Oracle Consulting and industry verticals. With a global career spanning across more than 60 countries, he has held senior leadership roles with organizations such as PeopleSoft and IBM. He's a certified Marshall Goldsmith coach and an expert in neurosciences and positive psychology. He has coached C-suite leaders globally. A frequent speaker at HR forums, he also engages with premier institutions including IIMs, IITs, Symbiosis, and actively champions CSR initiatives focused on education and sustainability. Sir, can I request you to take the charge of the proceedings for panel discussion number 2? Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he would have missed out. I've also taught in JAIN University. And I would continue to be associated here. And so the theme has been like what is given is, about AI and the transformation it can bring in HR. So let me also take the privilege of the other panelists. Are you going to call them up or should I?
It's over to you now, so you are in charge. Yeah.
So, like they say, the answer lies with me now. And the question. So can I call Rakesh Jain first? Because it's JAIN University, I have to start with a JAIN and I'm ending with a JAIN. That is Sweta Jain, you will know. Hi. So just to introduce Rakesh, he is the TA lead for Grant Thornton Indus. I hope you will cover more rivers later, Ganges and Ravi, Bias and all that. But just to give you more details, this is the operation part and the data center and GCC part. The consulting part is one division. This is more of managing the operations and all that. Second, can I just call Joseph? Joseph Gerard, he manages, he's the associate director in the L&D. So we have a recruitment person, talent acquisition, we have learning and development. He is from LLT Mindtree. Mindtree, the good thing was their former CEO used to be called the chief gardener. And hopefully he'll be taking more minds and trees along with Larsen and Toubro. The third person, Praveen Vona. Praveen manages the GCC part of Airbus India and South Asia. So Airbus India, they're also calling us AI. So there is AI, digital, all that in his resignation. So nobody better. If I am not being a moderate enough moderator, I'm going to go to Praveen. Next one is our friend Richa with very rich experience. And she is the leader for people experience at Flipkart. And when I need some cutting edge answers to flip the cart, I'm going to come to you. And last but not the least, Sweta Jain. Like I said, truly I have to end also with a Jain. Yes, Sweta, by the way, manages, she works for as director HR for ICF. So initially I thought ICF, since I'm a certified coach, I thought, how come ICF has started having a director in India? What are they going to do? So I asked her the question, and she said they are an advisory and consulting company focusing on, did you say energy or something like that? Yeah, energy. So we have energy also. Okay. So how we are planned for the next 15 minutes? I have my stopwatch also on. The problem with the session after lunch, it's called the graveyard session. Because difficult to manage. The session before lunch is called the braveyard session. You have to be brave also. To holding you from the buffet lunch, which I always love the lunches at JAIN. So, but 50 minutes is too difficult. So how the plan is, we will have 5 minutes of, you already done the intro a bit. In the interest of time, there will be 3 sections. The first section would be about, AI and the tools. So is it just an optimization or more? We will hear from the panel. The second piece would be about, the power structures. What has changed after AI has come? Where is the accountability? Who is doing the governance, etc., etc. The third piece and the last one would be about transformation. How has AI changed the culture? How has it changed the leadership styles and various other factors? So that is how. And then, so 30 minutes are over. And then we have 5 minutes of wrap up where I'm going to crystallize and synthesize our learning so far. And then we have possibly 5 or 10 minutes of Q&A. That's how the themes are going to be distributed. So let us start with the first. Before that, since we are all talking about airlines and pilotless aircraft. So 1 year back, I had a session in Mumbai, and I was asking the audience there, how many of you love technology? Same question I would want to ask you. If you can raise your hands, how many people love technology here? Only half, other half, they don't? Okay. That is where, that's also a check to see how many are awake before lunch. Okay, so she's been a good sport. So one is that. So everybody raced. And then I said, okay, you're traveling from Mumbai to Delhi. And while you are landing, you hear the voice from the cockpit. This is your pilot speaking. We are now cruising at 20,000 feet. The weather in Delhi is mild, 22 degrees. Hope you had a good flight with so-and-so. Look forward to serving you again. By the way, I am working from home today. How many of you would like to go in an aircraft like that? And I asked people to raise their hands. There were hardly 2 hands. So I asked the people, are you frightened of AI or something? People said only 2-3 people were really, brave enough to travel in such an aircraft, but they were not really scared of AI. It was more about the other fears. 6 months later, I asked people, how many of you are fearful of AI? And almost every hand in the audience. I said, what would have changed? And I asked one person, why are you scared? He said, Alex, did you mean Air India? I thought it was that, because the crash had just happened in June, July, and the session. So that is the AI part. And when I end also, I will end with a joke about the airlines and how the pilotless aircraft is going to shape up. Okay, so let us start with Rakesh. So we have AI. They look at AI as a tool. That is the foundational part. So especially we had too much of recruitment going on in the last panel. But we love to have you here because we want some divergent voices. Okay, so where do you think in recruitment, and we have ATS, we have everything, we apply for so many jobs, and you get a standard email. We are happy that you applied for this position. We reviewed so many profiles and look forward. However, we will keep your resume. So my question to you is AI only an optimization tool, or where can you use it to deliver more ROI?
So, just to give a background, GT, Grant Thornton Indus, is a subset of a US entity where we provide audit, tax, and advisory services. Now, with Alex's question, yes, we have implemented AI in two of the ATSs, one in ATS and one in HRIS. So, I'll talk more about the ATS, Ripple Hire, which is one of the core ATS we have been using for the last 8 years. So, the differentiation on not just responding to candidates as in when the application comes through, but the difference what we also have done is the stack ranking, obviously, which AI helps us stack rank with 200 applications coming in for one role. Obviously, we cannot hire or have an engagement with all 200, but the 5, 6, or 10 candidates which we put them through the interview process, the rest of 190 candidates, what we do is we try to repurpose them in the requirements which we are otherwise hiring for in other teams. So that way we are making sure that the engagement continues and it's not just the standard response that we will repurpose your profile in the future requirements. But that is the behavioral change I'm making sure that the team is getting aligned with the use of AI as well. That is one optimization we are using of AI, specifically after the stack ranking is done and we repurpose the 190 and keep them engaged. The other is obviously that we are on a verge of taking a couple of demos where we have an engagement tool. Once the interview process has started, we have an engagement tool that the AI tool which we are trying to take a demo of, they will keep the candidate engaged and say that, okay, this is what GT is currently doing, or they'll share certain news about GT, or recently Grant Thornton started acquiring 17 other regions of Grant Thornton outside US. So there are multiple news which will keep them engaged during the interview process of the first 1 week or 2 weeks. That's the usual duration we finish our interview process in. So we are working with that kind of a tool as well. So that will help us optimize and keep the candidate engaged throughout the time of our interview stages. So
Yeah, thanks, Rakesh. Since you're from Grant Thornton, on a lighter note, you talked about the roses. What about the thorns? What are the learning from failures?
Yeah, so there was one very clear failure that we did try a tool where the AI will do the screening part, and a lot of rejections were there from the candidate that they are, as soon as they hear a robot talking or a woman or a male person talking with a statement saying that it's a AI talking, they just disconnected the call. So we had a lot of rejections and we had to undo that, and we came back to the sourcing. Praveen and I were discussing that we will need sourcing experts to continue having that first conversation, because at least in India, the screening or the sourcing, initial screening is done by AI is not very acceptable within the environment, and that was one harsh learning we had. So we had to fall back on our legacy model of reaching out to candidates through our human professionals and not the AI.
So I think what Rakesh was telling was have the hybrid mode. Maybe that's best. The high tech with the high touch. So H and H would make it great. And just to reiterate, as a panel, what we decided the schema of things would be, we'll make this discussion more experiential, more of storytelling, narratives, because everything else is available in Google for you to search. So we will have those business use cases, we will have business matrices, success stories, as well as learnings from failures, because even failure has to be celebrated. So over to Joseph. And Joseph, in learning and development, we have things like skill adjacencies, ontology, skill taxonomy. These are all big things which are coming now. So from an elementary personalization, how do you combine personalization with privacy also? Because some people want to learn to show the boss. Some people want to learn for themselves. Some people want, so how do you customize those learning journeys?
Yeah. So in LTI Mindtree, so the thing is, in the AI has been used from the beginning of creating a digital profile for every person. The digital profile here comprises not about the normal resume, what they do there, but comprising of completely their skill profile. What is that they have been acquiring so far in LTI Mindtree from the skills perspective, and also what they have gained previously. So that digital profile creation starts with a tool, AI tool that we have, where inputs of their resume and their experiences in LTI Mindtree, which is already there in the system, is being used to create a digital profile there. Based on the digital profile that is being done, we will identify is there any skill gap with respect to their respective BU or practice business unit or practice unit, and what is also their goals based on their G&Os that has been set to them. Comparing those two, we will create a digital learning profile, and that learning profile will be given to them so that they can use that, and they will be a complete set of learning path will be defined for them, and that learning path will be assigned to them, which can be tracked. In that, this is with respect to the company organizing certain things. And as Alex was mentioning, individually, if they are planning to do any other thing beyond those things, that also can be added to that, and that will be also screened. So both are being done so that the employee knows about where they are moving with respect to their skill upgradation. That is what we do as a part of AI there.
Yeah, thanks, Joseph. I think he brought out some of the elements of personalization, because the learning journeys are going to be more and more AI based and untouched by human beings. Even the training from the 3D approach also, when you look at diagnosis, design, delivery, there's more and more of machine stuff. That's why the terminology, though it is used in a different angle, machine learning, deep learn. So those are going to be, and whoever is interested to look at two sites. One is called the Virtual Park. It's a PwC UK site where they use mixed reality, not only augmented or virtual reality. They use mixed reality, where you can talk to their live VP. You can also talk to a virtual VP of the company, new hires you're joining. They can get to know what are their learnings going to be even before joining or accepting the offer. Another site is more of counseling and coaching called WOBOT, WOEBOT. You can just look at that. Again, they have a mixed approach or a hybrid approach where there is kind of personal one-on-one coaching. There's a virtual coaching. People want a blend. That's also available. So the world is moving in that direction. So coming to Praveen, Airbus, the bus is on there. And so what is happening there in Airbus, to the extent you can tell us relation to AI and efficiencies?
So before that, I'm from Airbus, but we make aircrafts, helicopters, and anything which hovers on the space. So we don't sell tickets of bus. Okay. So before I start, I was just reflecting on what Dr. Shraddha spoke. I know as corporates, we are very well benefited by all the things what you people are doing. But I just want to tell you that I roughly have around 17 years of travel experience going to universities, schools, talking to deans, and so on and so forth. I just want to tell, please hear it, please hear it, please hear it, the students here. I think JAIN University, what I've observed is crossing, mandatory requirements and going over and above that, trying to be very creative, innovative. I think you're all blessed to the way they're trying to build the connections with the corporate world. It's not normal. I can tell you I've seen other universities also. So big round of applause to Jen. Thanks for that. Now, coming back to the question of AI, I wanted to tell you one thing. We speak about recruitment. We spoke about learning and development as use case. Students here, can you raise your hands who have heard about something called as workforce planning? Okay. Okay, I'll change the term here. Workforce management. Talent acquisition and workforce planning. Okay, then which means I need to quickly tell you what is workforce planning. So workforce planning, this team is responsible to ensure that for the functionality of the organization, the company should have right people, right skills, right competencies at right cost, at right location, and at right time. And you can keep on adding right? Complex job. And I think AI can do miracles in workforce planning because workforce planning is something very crucial. You see a lot of news today. 30,000 people have been asked to leave the organization, right? It's not because of failures of a particular product, and I'm not pointing out any particular company, but I'm just saying in general. But in my opinion, that has happened also because of poor workforce management. It can be because didn't we identify this particular scenario before? Didn't we think of what are the skills available? Do we really need to hire people from outside? Can we not use it? So workforce planning will dig all the past trends, past attrition trends, dig in what are the available skills, competencies in your company already, and accordingly we'll be able to tell you, do you need to hire people or do you need to reskill or upskill your people, or probably you'll have to redeploy people. So this is one thing. And if you're trying to do some certification or something to upskill yourself, this is the time. Try to do something on workforce planning and then how to use AI in this. A quick anecdote, because we spoke about sharing experience. I hired recently an intern from a particular university. It's called as XISS Ranchi, to be very specific. So the job description was HR digitalization. I didn't specifically mention that the person has to support the HR digital leader on HR digitalization projects. So I had really 3 good candidates and all were good. The 2 were extremely good when they spoke about AI, digitalization. They spoke about all the tools possible. And the 3rd one had lesser idea about AI and not a great opinion about AI. And I have selected that person for my internship. Right? Because the coding for the AI and everything, my intent was to get it done internally through one of our IT colleague who volunteered to do the AI coding for us. I really wanted an HR who comes with people mindset and who will challenge the AI system to remove the bias. We did a complete modeling to predict attrition, and it was really good. But at the same point of time, it had a lot of bias in the complete model because it really scared us, because it showed us that some of our top performers who we have invested, we call it as accelerated developers, high potentials, it was showing in a probability of 0 to 1, it was showing around 0.8 to 1 for those people that they will leave. Yeah. Then we read a little bit on what was the reason and so on and so forth. It took a lot of biasness in the system. So what I want to tell is that you can use AI. AI can provide you some insights on decision making. What I call it as decision information, but the decision making and accountability should be with you. So I want to tell that over and above recruitment and L&D, you can also look at other chapters of HR. Yeah. Before that, I pass the mic to.
Yeah. Thanks. Praveen covered the first part and a bit of the second part. He was trying to create the segue because the next part is about responsibility and power sharing. But since we have 2 more panelists there, I would ask Richa what is happening about AI more from a process perspective in Flipkart.
Sure. I actually wanted to give you 2 examples, one from the world that I manage within Flipkart Group and one which Flipkart is known for. But having said that, let me just deep dive into what we do. And I really don't think it's a new name for any one of you, right? You've heard about Flipkart. Are you customers on Flipkart? Yeah. Right. So yes, we are into e-commerce, quick commerce. Do you know what is our brand in quick commerce? Which is that? Absolutely. Travel? No? That's Clear Trip. Fashion? Myntra, bang on. All right. UPI channel UPI and financial services. PhonePe is now a distant partner, but we have another one. Super Money, very fantastic. Who gave that answer? Thank you. All right. we're into also externalization of advertising, warehouses, and whatnot, right? So that's about Flipkart business. I am a part of the senior HR leadership for the Flipkart group. That's a little about me. But coming back to the example, so what I do in Flipkart, I'm responsible for people experience, and I also keep double hatting with some other roles. In that space, I've headed HR tech, HR transformations. I've been an HR business partner also, and come April, March, I will get to know what I'm going to double hat on. But my primary role is people experience. This function in other organizations is also called as HR shared services, HR operations, and there's a reason why I renamed this team when I joined Flipkart 4 years ago, because our motto was that we have to drive experience and not just do the transactional aspect of the job. And when we talk about experiences, what is needed? You know, the tasks, you know, some of us can do it manually, there are a lot of technologies, right, from very basic ones of, you know, the kinds of macros and RPA to now all the fancy technology that can be in place. But what do we do in terms of experiences? Any guesses? We hold the journeys for our employees together. And that requires high touch, that requires personal connect. And do we have the bandwidth to kind of, if we have a base of about 21,000 full-time, another 14,000 white-collar, and on an average, 1.5 blue-collar, 1.5 lakhs blue-collar workforce, that goes up to 4 lakhs in our peak seasons. Do we really have the bandwidth to do that personal, extend that personal touch and high touch to everyone? And that's where AI kicks in, right? So we have a lot of these layers, we call them as experiential layers, which we build on top of our core HR stack of applications like HRMS and things like that, which is to give that personalized touch. And two journeys I'm going to bring about, which is at the nodal ends, which is onboarding and exit. Because these are the, you know, when a person is new to the organization, the person comes with a lot of enthusiasm, but also is very inquisitive in that phase, right? So they have thousands of questions and lakhs of ideas on what change they can do. All they need is somebody who can be available at their fingertips as a buddy to answer their questions and to channelize their enthusiasm of ideas into the right areas within the organization. And that's where not a simplistic version could be a chatbot, but an experiential layer is something that an AI can deliver to say, okay, if you have a question, hey, Richa, good morning. I'm really excited. This is your second day in Flipkart. And how can I help you today? Or this is how your calendar looks. Have you prepared for this meeting? Do you know which is the location or venue for this meeting? Do you need any assistance there? So all of those things which really can build the trust and confidence and enable a new joiner in their first 90 days journey. The other journey that I talked about was exit. Could be emotional, always comes with mixed emotions, right? You're happy to join the new pursuit or endeavors in your life, but also you have a lot of memories to cherish, right? And at the same time, there are so many formalities that you want to carry out during that journey. So what can really enable you? Yes, the archival things would be notifications, giving a task list to the exiting employee to say, okay, get these clearances, get these things done, and then you're okay on your way out. But experiential one would be, which could provide that personal touch, personal connect to say, because how we perceive our exiting employees is that they are our brand ambassadors outside of Flipkart, and they're always the talent that can always come back to the organization. So we have AI, tools which kind of hold these journeys together. Now, another example, so this was the example from my domain, but the other example from the core business, right? How many of you are Flipkart, Myntra customers? A show of hands. It's such a half-hearted hand. I'd be proud to raise my hand up there. All right. And how many of you have ever tried any personalized services on any of the portals? Not really Flipkart, Myntra, but any of the portals. By that, I mean, How many of you have tried to see how a particular dress is going to look on me, or whether a particular beauty product? Yeah, now I can see the show of hands. Okay, thank you. Right. So to create these personalized features on on your fingertips, which is on the portal itself. Earlier, the task would involve that you get a model, the model will try on the dress, the model will walk the ramp and turn around and show it in 4 different angles or maybe 8 different angles. And all of that was shot through a video over hours of shooting, and then another couple of hours to edit and upload this video, right? A long journey. Long journey from when you have multiple lakhs of products to be uploaded like that, right? Now today we have an AI capability that does this job in a matter of 2-3 minutes on an average, and also allows that instead of using the model's face, you can actually give your headshot and that face would be turned around, and the whole simulation of how the dress is going to look on you while you're walking, in your left profile, in your right profile, and all of that is created through an AI, right? While I want to show you the greatness of AI, I think there are also flip sides to it, in the sense, just extrapolating on the same example. I'm sure you all are aware of AI biases, and AI hallucinations. Who can give me one-line definition of hallucination? Yes, please. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Simplistically, falsification of facts, right? So if you are trying the same dress, it may probably try to, for the same set of products, it may try to give you, some kind of refund terms and clauses which actually do not exist. Or it may start giving you some product description which is not the factual product description. So that's about hallucination. I'm sure we are going to cover a little bit more about this when we come to our next round of questions. But I think that's where the governance, the compliance we talked about in, when the rapid fire questions were happening, is very, very crucial. But I hope I gave you a little bit of sense of how AI is being deployed in the area that I'm responsible for.
Yeah, thanks, Richa, for bringing in a different dimension. I think she talked a lot about customer journey mapping and something called persona, moments of truth. These are all from concepts from the design thinking. And I'm sure JAIN University would also have some programs in design thinking. So design thinking is a great area. Today, you want to take care of your employees, give them the employee experience. Then they will give their customers the customer experience. So EX is equal to CX and more. And how do you do that is by design thinking, So Stanford University, IDEO, they are great resources to go and develop your certification or learnings. They just tell IDEO is a wonderful quote. I just love that. Fail fast to succeed quick. So that's the way how you work in an iterative model. I think design thing is important for all of us if you want to be successful, outstanding professionals. Over to Sweta.
Thank you. So I work with a company called ICF. It's not a household name like Flipkart, but some of the things, so it's a US-based company. We are into a global advisory space. In India, we are doing energy consulting. So I think I can, the way we have implemented AI, most of these examples have been covered by my fellow panelists. But I can definitely talk about how our recruitment experience has completely changed by implementing the ATS systems. Despite this being a niche industry, any requisition that we open, we get about 500, 600 CVs. So any single, and at any given point of time, we do not have more than 7 or 8 open requisitions. So imagine the number of CVs we are getting, and most of these CVs are not even relevant for the position. It's a very niche, these are niche roles, niche skill sets, etc. So I think that is where the complete candidate experience we have been able to overhaul with the help of AI. With the ATS systems, we are able to keep our customers, our candidates engaged thoroughly. People who are not, passing the line, the eligibility criteria, they are engaged, they are informed, and their CVs are being repurposed if required. So I will definitely say, I'll not elaborate more on that, but I think our overall recruitment experience has completely changed. Then I think what it has really helped us also in our employee experiences, especially, back 5 years ago when we had COVID, we initially, eventually everybody had to go remote and all the onboardings, offboardings was happening, happening
Trial.
remotely. At that time, from everything being paper oriented, onboarding, there were
Trial.
100 of joining forms that an employee has to go through. Similarly, at the time of onboarding, at the time of offboarding, there are a lot of formalities that need to be done. I think at that time we tried making a lot of
Trial.
changes and made everything online, but there were still humans and there were still people behind who were doing everything. So it was
Trial.
quite a difficult, task to chase, to make sure logistics were working, the new employees were getting their
Trial.
assets, including laptops, ID cards, etc., on time. So on that, I think we've had a complete employee experience change wherein we have implemented AI, wherein a lot of now these administrative tasks are being taken care by AI again behind the scenes.
Trial.
At the same time, being available to create that great employee experience so that they are happy while leaving and at the same time while exiting the organization. So I can talk about these couple of examples.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Trial.
you, Shweta. So before we start the next segment, which is about governance, power, authority, responsibility, I want to just give you a live
Trial.
case of one of the top 5 technology companies. There, one of the hiring managers raised a requisition for a talent,
Trial.
and they spent months looking for an appropriate candidate. They were not even able to shortlist a person. Finally, the manager got very curious. He put his resume for
Trial.
the same job. Even he got rejected. So you would know that, like, they talk about
Trial.
algorithms. And what is AI? AI is a bias in the
Trial.
form of an algorithm. It's as good as that. If you don't have the rhythm in algorithm, then only the it's like an algae, rather. It will not be algorithm. And how do you manage
Trial.
that is through having the appropriateness. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. How many of you heard about Max Verstappen? What does he do? Yeah.
Trial.
And we manage his algorithms of his vehicle. Last 3 years, he was the number 1. This year, he just
Trial.
lost his title in the last race. He's still number 2. Any guesses how many algorithms we use,
Trial.
per GP or per race? How many algorithms we feed Max and his team with? Is it 1, 100, 1,000, 10,000? Any
Trial.
guesses? I will ask Jain to give a award if
Trial.
somebody gives the right answer. Maybe we'll sponsor it. Okay. Any guesses? Any number? Why do you be curious?
Trial.
What stays in what is spoken in Las Vegas stays here only.
Trial.
Somebody said 3,000, 300, 5,000. Anyway, very far off. The right answer
Trial.
is 8 billion. Not million, billion. That's the number of algorithms we use. Definitely Max Verstappen has talent. We amplify that talent. We augment that talent. That's why AI.
Trial.
Augmented intelligence. But the flip side of AI is also being alone and isolated. That is another part of AI. Yeah, back to Rakesh. How
Trial.
do you, augment or more from a responsibility, accountability? Do you do those checks? Do you also have cases where the manager himself is not hired
Trial.
in the rec? Any stories?
Alex, very recently, so again, I was discussing with Praveen that I'm trying to set up a sourcing specialist group. One of my recruiter who was managing to hire these
Trial.
contractors for a certain duration, they came up with a lot of profiles. We interviewed
Trial.
and we shortlisted few. The AI recommended few lists of professionals. We went through there.
Trial.
Unfortunately, the conversions were not that great. So I asked one of the recruiter to go in and see the rejects as well. So one of the rejects, and I'll not take it long. The one of the rejects was through an AI tool was that person is still
Trial.
not completed the graduation, and there was a minimum requirement with the AI settings what we had that they should be a graduate at
Trial.
least. But he or she picked up the phone, spoke to the candidate. She had 4 years of experience. There was a financial reason that she couldn't complete her graduation, but doing extremely well in her current role as a expert sourcer for IT technologies. We interviewed her. We went ahead and made an offer with an exception that she's not a graduate. We had to take a sign off though. But that is where the tool AI itself could not give us the right set of candidate which we wanted for that particular role. It just went through the JD. JD demanded something to be a graduate, but this filtration was done by the human and not with the AI. So there are limitations, obviously, and I would not say to rely completely on AI. It is an optimization tool. It will help you do your job better, but just don't shy away from doing the legacy work or the core work, what we are all, I would say, trained to do.
Thanks, Rakesh. Over to Joseph. Joseph, any thoughts on power sharing? Because you know how difficult it is to form a government in India, especially when the seats are closed. So AI plus HI, human intelligence plus, how do you draw the line? What are the guardrails? And how do you do that data governance where you re-anchor the power back to HR or the line of business?
Yeah, now when we see about, since I am from L&T, mostly I'll be completely speaking from learning and development perspective. See, we have certain certifications people do, and they come up and they tell that we have done so many certifications. In our digital learning path, we will assign some certifications also based on that. Assume for an example, cloud certification, they are doing an Azure, Microsoft Azure certification or a Google Cloud certification. Okay. From the beginner level, first there will be a module given to them where they will go through that. They will complete the MCQs and they will get a certificate. But when you take that MCQ certification, assessment, and then give a certification, is it enough to clearly say that they are really qualified for that particular degree? That is not possible there. If you test them with a particular use case scenarios that has to be given to them, where we feel that, okay, sometimes it is not there. Maybe now current AI tools which have come there, they have come up with certain simulated environment where we can give them some use cases to do that, and we have little bit overcome in that scenario. But when we come towards a management and a leadership role perspective, there lot of human interferences are required rather than AI, because the way a person thinks, a leadership, a person thinks and gives a solution to a problem or a decision will be completely different from what a machine is thinking in actually. There many times we see a failure. In that case, what we do is concepts are taught through that, but the assessment for the manager and leadership role will not be through AI based tools, but it is mostly on an interactive basis through an interview. Okay, that is where now currently it is looking into.
Yeah, thanks, Joseph. Now we move to the third segue or the third subtopic, which is about HR transformation, or what is the transformative power of AI? Because AI has come, like a few months back, we introduced, even for our performance appraisal, while you're doing the appraisal, you put in some of your goals. The AI tool will, clean that data and provide assistance, and the theme is about how do you simplify to amplify. Simplify to amplify. So how do you amplify your goals and your statements? So that the self-appraisal goes by AI. The manager can also respond by AI. His comments also by AI. And one of the leaders calls me and asks, Alex, it's great. Now we have self-appraisal also AI, and manager appraisal also AI. I was looking everywhere in the tool, but cannot get where I can give the rating also by AI. Then I said, no wonder, like somebody was talking about so many layoffs. Don't cut the branch of the tree you are sitting in. So at least the number you give, it is a 1 to 5 number, you have given the comments. Now at least the number you give. But in future, that also might happen by AI. but the most important thing is that we have that control over and the due diligence. Somebody has to re-anchor the power and the structure. The accountability has to still remain with humans, and the judgment should be there with us. So over to Praveen. Anything on the transformation piece that Airbus is doing to make a difference to its employees and stakeholders?
Honestly, I think recruitment is a very big job. I have to tell you, we have to find the right candidate, right? And then you know, the shopping which happens. You need to ensure that you're on the list of you're on the top number one in the candidate shopping list, so that they join you and so on and so forth. But what is the harder part is not just attraction, but also to retain people. Now, not all employees are someone who stay in your organization for money. Let's be very clear on that. There are people who have other choices to make. So we did a survey, and then all of them said one thing in common. Though you cannot, you will never be able to get one single answer that I want this only. You'll get top 3 or top 5 and so on. So one of the common theme which came across everyone is, I wanted to find meaning in my work. Is it purposeful? Is it adding? What role I'm playing and all. So we said, if we have to hold these people in the organization, we need to provide them career paths. And today the theme is career paths here. So if they are able to navigate through different career paths, so then we did a career management workshop. Our whole push strategy here was to tell that, hey, listen, career paths is not about ladders, right? It's also about lattice. You're working in HR today. Tomorrow you can take up in sales. Tomorrow you can take up in something else, maybe marketing and so on and so forth. That is something which we pushed in. But now, how do we do it? I mean, it's difficult to digest. So we used AI, implemented it with Workday, where people can, based on the current job role, they will be able to figure out which all different job families they can go ahead with. And if they click on that, they'll be able to tell what all skills they have and what all skills are in common with that, and what is the gap. And they further click on that to show interest. It'll also generate a learning path, and it'll further ask you what is your way of learning. And based on certain questions and interaction, it will generate a whole 0 to 1 learning path for you. And it'll tell you what all sources are within the organization and what are the sources which are not there, and you'll have to get it from outside. So that has got quite a good of traction, because it gives a completely self-driven thing. And employees are also feeling secure, because it's something which is being driven by themselves, because we always promote that you have to be in the driver's seat of your career and development and so on and so forth. I think this is one good use case for me. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Over to Richa. Richa, any examples of human-centric transformation that you have done or you have read? Any illustration?
I think I did cover some of the human aspect transformational journeys in my previous examples, but let me just share with you another one. And I think when, again, during the rapid fire, we were asking what is one of the matrices that we kind of overdo and overindulge ourselves into, it was employee engagement. And we realized that a lot of organizations are capturing their employee voices only towards the year end, right? Or once a year. And it has its own pros and cons. One of the cons being it gets infected by the recency bias. So if I'm recently very happy, my score will be very high. It doesn't give you the aggregate journey of or the the pulse of the employees. Similarly, if my recent most example is not really very happy, I would the score would suffer. So what we came up out with is the round the year pulse survey, which is we send out a survey every month, and we also add it up with a survey during the key employee moments, or the moments that matter, which is if you've completed a particular tenure, if you're on a maternal journey, if you're into if you've recently got promoted, if you've recently got into a different job, all those are different key moments of employees. So we do send a survey through that. What we realized is that as long as we are sending this survey through a particular team, and I don't want to doubt anybody's integrity and honesty around this, but yes, people may not open up if they know that there is another human at the end of this survey chain, right? So what we deployed, what we call as our chief listening officer, which is the officer that listens to employees, captures the pulse, captures their mood. But this chief learning officer is not an individual or a human being. It is an AI agent at the back end. And so it just brings about that anonymity, but at the same time provides those listening ears, provides the capability of capture the pulse, analyze the pulse, give the indications or give the broad themes, as well as also suggest or recommend solutions or actions that may be needed to kind of transform that pulse into a more of a promoter score, right? So I think that's another example I would want to share.
Thank you. And I think she brought in a very different dimension about the net promoter score, the promoters, detractors, and ESG. ESG is a big thing, irrespective of whichever you may be in the education sector, you may be in a technology one. ESG, 3P, planet, profits, people. Again, another concept. These are all going to be green, economy, not greenwashing. Greenwashing is also there. So over to Sweta for some thoughts on, the transformation.
Sure. Thank you. So I think I will pick up on, so first of all, I think I would say AI is here to augment HR and the business. It's not really here to pick up on everything end to end. So what we did here in ICF, especially data storytelling. So, with AI, we have been able to predict, we've been able to use predictive data analysis, wherein we can actually predict what our attrition would look like. When we talk about employee retention, it is very, very important to be able to see, to retain our people and see what is it because of which they are leaving. And attrition is one problem that is everywhere, whether it is, to a certain degree, it's a healthy attrition, but if it is, double digits, then you need to do something. I think we've been really able to do a lot of work with AI, look at the data, look at the story that the data is telling, do a lot of deep, analysis based on that, and then see some of the feedback that we were getting from exit interviews. Again, some of these exit interview conversations were anonymous. They were backed with AI, so people were able to open more, able to tell the real reasons why they want to exit. And then based on the findings that we had, we created an action plan which was in line with business priority. So our HR strategy then aligned with the business priority, and we made sure that we were able to reduce the turnover percentages, and also able to then further guess and see what do we want to do. These are our high performance, high potential employees. How do we keep them engaged? What learning plan we create for them? What are the career development options for them? So it was, like a step by step, like a ripple effect that we had, wherein we were not only able to retain our top talent, but we were also able to reduce our overall attrition. So I think doing that deep dive with data, AI-backed data, was really able to, was a big key.
Thank you so much, Sweta. And just to wrap up, next couple of minutes, the themes were, from the first and second segue, it was about the hybrid mode, where we need to be intelligent. Make sure AI is only, that's why the tools are also called. Microsoft tool is not called Pilot, it's called Copilot. We still have to be the pilot. The other tool is called DeepSeek. What does it mean? First seek deep within yourself and then seek from somewhere else. And we have an Indian site also called Seeko. That's also there. So first is to do your part and use the AI to augment. So that is where the mixing the high tech with high tech. Number two, using AI as a collaborator, as part of your team. A chatbot or a recruitment robot should be part of your team, and use it to collaborate. It is not an enemy. Don't be fearful about AI, because the jobs are going to be with the people who know AI. How can you be many of us became HR because we didn't have to learn technology. But today, whether you are in IT or in HR, you have to be a great prompt engineer. One of the new jobs that may come is a chief algorithm translator, CAT. That could be a future job, or a prompt engineer across the fields. Because if you want to do well, you have to learn. So be a continuous learner. And last but not the least, use AI for being human centric. Don't miss the humane part. The HR, many times we only look at the resource. The E is missing in the H. Make it humane. Very important. And before I end, I wanted to also thank JAIN University for giving this platform. For me, it's always like homecoming for Partha to conceptualize and design this thing. A wonderful panel that I have here who have been brave enough to share to the extent possible, because many things are not due to data privacy and other things, but to the extent we have shared a lot of things. And I leave you with two thoughts before the Q&A and the quick story as well. So one is the AI is going to shape the future of work, and HR is going to shape the people in the future of work. That's the thought I want to leave you with. And how do you transform three things? Can you transfer insights into trust? Can you transfer data into wisdom? And most importantly, can you transfer technology into meaning? Then we are all going to adapt, and become adept at AI. That is the thought I want to leave with. And the quick story about, since Airbus is next to me, now I learned it is not a bus but a plane. But so the joke is on not on Airbus. So one airline company or aircraft company wanted to design a pilotless aircraft. So they called all the software companies and told we all want part of your tools. So they all designed. After 5 years, the plane was ready. The beta version, the first pilotless aircraft is going to fly. They called all the CEOs of these software companies for dinner, and after that, they said there's a surprise. That's a beta flight. So everybody was there for the dinner. The moment they said, come, let's go to the aircraft for the first flight, most of the CEOs have to jump into another call. I have a bad stomach. My wife, today's our anniversary. Only one CEO agreed to come to the aircraft, and he sat in one of the seats. So all the crew and the aircraft company staff were wondering, sir, all the other CEOs have left. I think they were scared the flight might crash. This is the test flight. How come you are so brave and courageous sitting in the aircraft all alone? Are you not scared that the aircraft might crash? We're just curious to know. Then the CEO tells, with our company software, I don't have to worry. The plane will not even take off. Then only it will crash. No. Yeah, so that's the journey of thing. Any one or two questions? Do I have time for at least one question? Anybody in the audience? Yeah.
We'll quickly take some questions from our audience.
Or at least what's the menu for the lunch?
That was my next point.
I have a question and an observation also. Globally, it has been recognized that AI is, of course, helpful, but it is expensive. It's really expensive. So I want to have insights from all these stories we talked about. I mean, we're talking about hybrid and we're talking about real good HR transformation and automation, but then there's a lot of cost which is involved as well. So how do you as leaders justify this cost? I mean, I'm sure there is a strategy of short-term, long-term, etc., and all the advantages which you're getting on the table. But then there is a huge cost which is there with AI implementation. Workday is a classic example. I mean, Workday or
SAP or any other big organizations which are coming with AI agents, every module is super expensive.
So, Rakesh, do you want to take it?
So again, I'll take a reference from my current company. What we recently did, this was October 2025, is where firm-wide we implemented Copilot as a AI agent for all our processes and systems across all teams and departments as well, and not just with HR or talent acquisition. That is where it made a difference for the firm like ours, which are globally around 70,000, and with US specific, we are around 20,000 employees across multiple locations now, that we were able to see the usage of the Copilot across departments and not just one department. And yes, it is expensive. But I would suggest, if you're looking at certain departments to implement AI opportunities, look at in-house building the capabilities rather than buying those. And I know most of the AI firms would not like me saying this, but yeah, there are enough and more use cases of going small and then building it based on how you would want to customize within. We did that for one of our interviewing when we are going to campus specifically for a tax practice. We interview around 1,200 to hire 200 professionals, and that's a different story why we do 1,200 interviews for 200. But we are now able to generate a interview process through an AI system which we use Copilot, and we are able to have enough and more panels filling up the assessment forms online, which earlier we used to do it manually. So that's helping us speed up the campus interview assessment retention rather than we used to carry interview forms and ask them to fill it. So I would say start small, but see if there are opportunities to build in-house rather than buying outside.
Yeah. Yeah. Let the panel finish, and then we open, because like he said about OpenAI, I don't know how much OpenAI company will be open to suggestions, but let's wait and see what Reach has to say.
Yeah, in LTI Mindtree, if you see, we have our own AI which is built there. Like he was telling to start up with, we have a thing called Blueverse, we call it as. Okay, and for developing agents there in that, we have used people like you, college students only. Okay, so we have hired, we have a program called, there's an MTech program where we have developed a curriculum, and we do a MTech course in where our people can join there. Not employees, I'm telling you, students who are there. They take up the curriculum completely designed by us. Actually, it is not like normal ACT curriculum which is given. This is specifically curriculum developed by us. There's two benefits. One is actually, once the day they come in, first day they must be billable. No additional training to be required. That is the first point. Second point, if you see, when they come to the MTech, you know that is only 2 years. In the third sem, we bring them to our campus. In third sem, we train them completely in our COE activities, where now they have been given this activity to develop 100 agents. 100 agents have been developed by students like you. So now there, if you see, not much of cost is also being involved, number one. Okay, and it is benefiting students as well, because they gain experience, they gain knowledge, and it's a win-win for both students as well as organization in every aspect, knowledge aspect, cost aspect, and other aspects.
Thanks, Joseph. Over to you,
Yeah,
Richa.
I'll just add to that, and I'm going to steer away from the debate of in-house versus outsourcing, or also from the debate of which platform and what tool. But I think a couple of nuggets from my experiences, and I've been involved into HR transformations, not only in my current organization, but previous ones as well. So I think first, AI is being interchangeably used to, in the place of a lot of automations. I think it is very important, irrespective of which domain you are in, whether in HR, finance, retail, whatever you are in, to have a basic understanding of what AI tools are available that are available in your particular domain. What is their usability? And are there other automations, other technologies that exist, which may not be as expensive as some of the AI tools right now, but can completely solve your purpose, right? Can completely meet your purpose. So that's one.
Trial.
Second is, I've also realized that because it becomes a trend, it becomes a fashion to deploy whatever is available in the
Trial.
market. Try to understand what is your purpose, what is the organizational need, what is the need of your
Trial.
function, and just don't deploy something because it's a trend. Okay, because everybody is talking about AI, you have to do something in AI is not the right
Trial.
approach. Third is an old age thing, very traditional in approach, but still stands true, is garbage in is garbage out. A lot of times we
Trial.
don't clean up our processes, we don't clean up our requirements, and we kind of put in the legacy, what is there existing right
Trial.
now, and then we try to think that now because we have a fancy technology in place, it is going to do a magic wand.
Trial.
That is not true. Try to structure, try to standardize, try to streamline your processes first, make them speak to the policies and the laws of the land, and then only try to see whether there is a
Trial.
need for you to use a particular technology to do the rest of the work. I think those are the 3 nuggets that I just want to leave you with on this as well, to optimize your costs. And
Trial.
it is expensive, I do agree.
Maybe I just wanted to ask a quick question to the ma'am. Ma'am, you asked the question, right? Can
Trial.
you just say, let's say you're in a 200,000 employees company, and you wanted to implement a tool like this. So how much are you ready to spend per month per an employee,
Trial.
which covers the entire HRMS?
Depends on the organization I'm working in and the profit share I want.
Yeah.
So yeah, it depends on the
Trial.
organization.
So,
but
okay.
what I'm trying to say is, it is an expensive modules. Like when we talk about Workday,
Trial.
which I think I've implemented myself, and then every module has an expense related to it.
No, I think I really like what she said. I think we have to implement something called as value stream mapping. We
Trial.
remove all the waste. That itself will delete a lot of features which you would require, which will optimize A.
Trial.
And just numbers perspective, don't hold me for that, but if you're ready to spend around $5 per month per employee, you're going to get fantastic tool. Very well-known tool kind of thing, and it is worth
Trial.
it. Just not on the perspective of compliance, because compliance is on the top priority, but at the same time of the experience. You cannot challenge the experience of the
Trial.
employees, because I believe the net asset value of the organization is 0 at 6 p.m. after the employees are going out. So you
Trial.
cannot compromise on that. Yeah.
Sweta, did you have something quickly?
I think I would also like to add here, what is really important is what is your company's long-term and short-term vision. And
Trial.
based on that, you need to see if there is a short-term vision, there are some low-hanging fruits, you want to accordingly take actions there. And then what are your priorities in long run, and what are the business objectives? Based on that, okay, there might be 10 things, 10 systems which you want
Trial.
to correct, and you think you need it as on yesterday, but then you need to see based on the business objectives, based on the
Trial.
goals, based on the priorities, maybe these are the top 3 that I want to pick. And as the board, you decide that these are the 3 we want to invest in, and these 3 will have
Trial.
what kind of impact and efficacy, because you also want to have maximum impact with minimum cost. So I think taking
Trial.
some of, deciding and discussing and thinking about some of these decisions would help ease out what you want to do. You cannot implement 100% of everything together, right? This is exactly what happens when we are doing compensation planning. You have a certain budget.
Trial.
That budget, the comp planner needs to decide how they want to distribute that pot of money to their line of business. What are the critical who are the
Trial.
critical resources, where do they want to invest, what kind of retention bonus they want to give. So just to give you an example, but I think what is really important is to see
Trial.
what's in it for you and how long you want to be in the game. Like ICF has been in existence since 1969. We moved to Workday back in 2018 when we were working on SAP, and it was not really solving our purposes because ICF is globally across.
Trial.
We are present in each and every country, and it was not really possible to make those customizations, and simply it was a very dated system at that time. So moving to Workday,
Trial.
we thought would be the right thing to do in long run. And we honestly started reaping benefits 5 years after we implemented it.
Trial.
We implemented it back in 2018, started with only 2 or 3 modules. Slowly, gradually, we moved. Right now, presently, all our HR systems are on Workday, including payroll for India also. So I think it's again a vision and objective
Trial.
that you want to go with. And it is not something that can happen overnight. It has to be a gradual process, and you need to pick your battles and pick your priorities that you want to do. So that's
Yeah, see, it is all, just to summarize, it's all about value creation. When ATMs came to India first, people told the same thing. Then the crying wolf. Now today, we have so many millions of ATMs. The same way, how can you add value? See, there is a consulting company, huge consulting company, which earned $500 million. The entire work was done through, AI. And this particular client found out, and this company had to refund that $500 million, not to this one government, but to two governments they had approached. And so definitely there is value. A lot of knowledge you can get through AI. So it is about your value optimization. Over a period of time, you'll start generating value. There was one last thing in which he started. So yeah.
AI is everywhere, and this discussion is also about AI. And wherever we go, whichever conference we attend, or whichever debate we do, AI is everywhere. I just wanted to understand, like, everything has a saturation point, right? As just for an example, ATMs we were using like really well, maybe like past 10 years, like at that time ATM was at that peak, like people were rushing towards ATM rather than rushing towards bank. But now digitalization has took it over, I guess. Like we are using phone pay, Paytm, Google Pay, whatnot. I just wanted to understand that will AI also reach that saturation point, and will people again go back to the traditional way of using their actual intelligence? Will it really happen, or do we really continue this AI trend? What is your opinion on this thing?
See, just on a lighter note, you said it's everywhere. It's not yet everywhere. Next time we are in this panel, we will have embedded AI in our brains, and it will be a robot who will be speaking, not me. Right now, it is AI, Alex intelligence, and Alex ignorance. Tomorrow, it will be a artificial chip that would be talking. So there is still more to go. There will be more versioning, more upgradation going to come, and things are going to get more normalized, rationalized, and I think this change is going to disruption. A cycle is going to be much more quicker. What is relevant today would not be. Can you imagine our government? Many of the departments used to have 25-year plan. Today, 2.5-month plan will not work because things would have changed. The company itself may not exist. So in that time, you have to just use it as a augmented stuff. So you have, don't like outsource your brain and your intelligence. That is to be still used, and in addition, augmented and additional intelligence. So both together will make it much more powerful. Like I said, simplify to amplify. That is the motto.
Well said, sir.
Technologies will happen more. Okay, it may not completely eradicate or become saturated. Okay, even now, even why still ATMs are still there? Is it completely closed now? Even small vendor today is having a QR code to scan and do. But why do we still have ATMs everywhere? In case of you have your RuPay credit card where you can go and even withdraw money with your in ATM through your mobile, correct? So there you see there is an integration of technologies being done. Same way will happen even for AI. AI with quantum computing. Who knows? That may be.
And I think technology, with the pace at which it has been changing its face over the last 2 decades, 3 decades, it's difficult to even catch up, right? So technology today, it's AI, tomorrow it will be something. I think even if I just concentrate on the AI journey in itself, right? Right now, because it's a nascent concept, we are so anxious and inquisitive about it, right? We want to know more about it. I think the journey in itself will be where we would learn to coexist, and then after that, make AI agents work for us. I think right now we are so much carried by this frenzy of AI that we are not in a position to control AI. Rather, AI seems to be controlling us. I think the journey is where we start making them work for us.
AI just told me there could be gulab jamun as part of the dessert. Yeah. So you can see whether AI is correct or not. Gulab jamun or ice cream, carrot halwa, one of these three are going to be there.
Definitely. So a huge round of applause for our moderator and our panel members. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your deep insights. I'm sure no, it was very interesting for our audience to understand how the AI is taking over, the transformation that is happening in the modern day workplaces. So thank you so much once again for sharing your insights. I'll just request you to stay for a while, and I'll request Shraddha ma'am to come forward and hand over a token of gratitude, the saplings to our panel members. We'll start with our moderator first. Sir, please. A big round of applause for Rinku sir. Then we request Rakesh sir. Richa ma'am, we have seen our students and faculty members receiving Flipkart and Myntra parcels to all our campuses. So thank you so much for the customer experience also. Thank you. So that means everyone is using Flipkart and Myntra actively. क्या food? Thank you so much, Shraddha ma'am. I'll request all our panel members to take their seat. Okay, one group photo. So as we come to the conclusion of HRX 2026, it is now my privilege to invite Ms. Preeti Bhandari, Chief Manager Corporate Relations at JAIN deemed to be University, for the formal vote of thanks and conclusive remarks. Over to you, ma'am.
So I'm going to keep this very short. I know I'm in between lunch. So a huge thank you to all of you all for coming here today. I know it is a Saturday and spending your time here, taking out time from your busy schedules, being here for the learning, the growth. And thank you to all our panel members, the speakers for today. I mean, some of the speakers like Alex sir, any time and every time that you reach out to him, he's only positive. Nadeem sir, most of them. So thank you so much for coming here. A huge thank you to Parthoda for arranging all of this. And also thanks to my team, the leadership team, Shraddha ma'am, Chairman sir, Sangeeta ma'am, Kopa sir there, and everyone who's participated and helped making this a huge success. Thank you everyone. Lunch is served at the 5th floor, and there are volunteers to escort you all for lunch. Thank you so much. It is with gulab jamun.
Thank you so much, everyone. It was a pleasure hosting you all, and we'll meet soon again. Please join us for the networking lunch at floor number 5, and we have a certificate of participation as well. So our team and our volunteers will help you with that.